And welcome, race fans, to the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Here it's the Alton Powerboat Nationals, beautiful Alton, Illinois, right on the mighty Mississippi, here to wrap up our 2026 season. And it's been a doozy. We've got battles across all four classes here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We've got 5 drivers in the Formula One class inside 74 points for the season championship. The likes of Dylan Anderson, Jeremiah Mayo, Chris Rinker, Spencer Love, Jared Jensen. Who's going to come out on top? Well, sitting on the catbird seat here to open the final round of the 2026 season is the number 17 of Dylan Anderson, the young driver out of Nashville, Tennessee. Has been so close so many times. Will the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals be where the 17 of Dylan Anderson finally captures a crown in Formula One? We've got those 5 drivers all on top of one another in Formula One. Then you shift over to the Formula Lights class. The 01 of Jake McKee comes in with a 100-point lead, but hot on his heels. The 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. and the 24 of Shelby Love in that Clover Construction machine, looking to try to find their way to a title here in the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series here in 2026. Then we've got our brand new class here on the 2026. We've got a new class here on the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. We call it the Talent Cup. A young driver starting at 9 years old are going to vie for their title here in 2026. Will it be the number 69 of Logan Brown, or could it be the 24 of Addie Love? We've got Jackson Cressy and Cade McCumber here as well, representing the Talent Cup in 2026. And then we've got the Tri-Hulls. We're going to start off today. Racing action here on Saturday's qualifying. The Texas Tri-Hulls, led by the number 69 of Cole Waring, the man they call Mullet. He's out in front, hunting for his first series title. He got a 3rd place finish in 2025, looking to ratchet up a couple of spots here in the final round of the 2026 schedule. Again, wherever you are across the world, if you're here in Alton, Illinois, thank you so much for joining us. I'm Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North, bringing you all the play-by-play action here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series in 2026. Like I said, we've got tight battles across all 4 classes in the final round here in 2026 in Alton, Illinois, on the Mississippi River. Boy, the wind has picked up a little bit today. And the river is going to be throwing all sorts of challenges at the drivers here on our large course. We've got a 5-pin course here on the Mississippi River. Lots of short chutes. It's going to be how can you get in and out of the corners? How well do you navigate the sometimes treacherous water of the mighty Mississippi? And we move down to our smaller courses in our Formula Lights class. We've got a 3-pin triangle style course. Again, turning in and out of the corners, going to be very important to crown a champion here in Formula Lights in 2026. Well, in the Tri-Hull class, there's a reason why we call them bumper boats. At 65 miles an hour, they run 2 pins right here on the north side of the river here, right at Alton Riverfront Park, and they're going to be banging 5-6 wide in the corners. We got 13 Tri-Hulls from across the U.S. who have ascended here to wrap up their 2026 schedule. We're getting those Tri-Hulls loaded down into the water. It takes a little while for them. They're all the way down to the marina underneath the east end of the bridge. And so we're getting the Tri-Hulls loaded in there, and we're going to send things down now with our pit reporter as Sarah's down there chatting with some of the Tri-Hulls as they get ready to lock in. Take it away, Sarah.
All right, thank you, Thomas, very much. As you mentioned, here in Alton, Illinois, if you're familiar with the St. Louis region, it's exactly approximately 45 minutes or so just northeast of the St. Louis area. Stunning day for racing, a bit of a breeze. It's absolutely gorgeous outside. The sun is shining, but as you know, anything can happen in racing. And as far as F1 goes, 36 points separating the top 4 drivers at this point. So anything can happen, and that goes for all 3 classes. One minor little glitch, and a lot of things can change. So we're looking for some exciting racing and qualifying, and in the finals tomorrow, also crowning the champion once again. But Alton Nationals right here in Alton, Illinois this afternoon, going to get underway, and we're excited for all the racing. Back to you.
Awesome. Thanks, Sarah. It's going to be a fantastic day of racing and an exciting weekend to wrap up the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. If I could please have everybody stand and remove their caps. First, we are going to have the chaplain on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, Lori Vidal, provide us an invocation for the final race on the 2026 calendar. Lori?
Let's pray together. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day and for the opportunity to do something that is so creative. And so what a wonderful way to use this beautiful historical river to compete in boat racing. And we ask you, as we race today, that you would just bless all that we do today, that you would keep all of our drivers safe and everybody involved, that we could just have an incredibly positive weekend here of racing. And we ask you to bless us in all that we do today. And I pray these things in the name of my Savior and our Father, Son, Lord Jesus. Amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, Mr. Laurie Vidal. If you could please continue standing and remove your hats for the playing of our national anthem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go racing here and wrap up the 2026 season. On the water now is the managing director of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, the man they call Tim Siebold, given a ride of a lifetime, and we call it the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series Race Ride Experience. That's affectionately known as a two-seater, side-by-side with a companion to the right of Mr. Siebold as he drives that APX 360 V8 four-stroke powered Formula One two-seater race ride experience tunnel haul with speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour. And we got a great sponsors here in 2026. Big shout out to Mercury Racing. We couldn't be where we are without them. And right there on the side of that beautiful silver, red and blue IHRA Formula One race ride experience. So coming up first, we've got the Texas Trials are going to kick things off with their first of 3 qualifying heats. Let's run through the order of events for Saturday's qualifying here at the final round of the 2026 season. So earlier this morning, we had fast lap qualifying in both Formula Lights and Formula One. That sets their starting lineup for their dock start. Right there, the dock there. You're going to see that modified Le Mans start for their first qualifying heat later today. But kicking off qualifying heat racing here this afternoon is going to be the opening heat of Texas Tri-Hull. They're going to run 7 laps. They've drawn for position in this opening heat. Little birdie told me your points leader, Cole Waring, draws 2nd position, so outside of row 1. That'll be interesting to see how that plays out in their opening heat. That's the first heat on the day. Then right after the opening heat of Texas Tri-Hull, we're going to bring the Formula Lights onto the water. They're going to run their first of 3 qualifying heats, 6 minutes plus 1 lap around this 3-pin triangle on the shores of the Mississippi River. Then we're going to bring out the first qualifying heat for the Formula One class, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, going to be roughly right around 145 to 215. And then the Talent Cup's going to come out and round out the first round of qualifying heats with their first qualifying heat in the Talent Cup. And then we're going to do the order all over again. The Tri-Hulls are going to come out for Heat 2, Formula Lights, and then Formula One, and we're going to actually save Talent Cup Heat number 2 for Sunday morning. So we're going to wrap things up with the second qualifying heats in 3 of the 4 classes to round out the day. So it's a big day of qualifying, and with the points as tight as they are, I imagine we are going to see positions move frantically up and down the leaderboard throughout the weekend. We take a look here in Tri-Hull. Leading is the man they call Mullet, the 69 of Cole Waring, going for his first series title. Comes in with 1,075 points. And right behind him, the 37 Mason Rinker with 1,014. But not to be forgotten, the three-time champion Neil Marsh, just another 7 points back. So less than 70 points separating the top three positions here in Texas Tri-Hall. If Neil Marsh or Mason Rinker can get out and hold the 69 of Cole Waring and Bay, could they be the champion here in 2026? Then rounding out the top five, Briston Sherman, a couple hundred points back. And then the 63 of Aaron Green. Great run for the Rise Fitness sponsored 63 of Aaron Green. What a comeuppance here in 2026. As, boy, it was a tough couple of years for the man out of Bonham, Texas, running his 63 Mean Green Tri-Hull, but now sits in the top five. Can he move up one spot? But boy, it is really a three-horse race coming into the final round. Will it be Cole Waring, Mason Rinker, part of that big Rinker Racing contingency, or the man they call Dude, the number 17, and Neil Marsh, running for Summit Plastering right here out of Alton, Illinois, I believe, or St. Louis, then Timberwood Antique Mall and the Maplewood Grill. John Ottinger, 6th, Tanner Rinker in 7th, and the rest of the field here. And we've got a new person going back into that race ride experience. This is a great way for our sponsors, for lucky fans who have been able to win a ride, to experience what it's like to do 100+ miles an hour, turn 4 Gs in the corner, going from 0 to 100 in less than 4 seconds. This is a high-performance, purpose-built race machine that will give you a once-in-a-lifetime experience that I can tell you from personal experience that it is something that you will never be able to experience in any other way other than inside the cockpit of a Formula One tunnel hull. Well, Tim's going to give a couple more rides out there. You can see that's the beautiful dock we've got connected here on the north shore of the Mississippi River here in beautiful downtown Alton Riverfront Park. And that's where we're going to have all of our modified Le Mans starts. So we're going to start the Formula Lights and the Formula Ones like we do at every race, starting at 1 minute, counting down in 10-second increments until we get to 20 seconds. Then our starter out on the water is going to drop the flag, and these boats are going to come roaring to life from a dead stop for the Formula Ones in excess of 100 miles an hour before they get to the far end of the race course. They cut through the middle of the race course around the east end of the course, which would be turns 5 and 6 for the Formula Ones. And then once they come back around the cross for the start-finish line, and that'll start lap 1 of their 8 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat that's coming up later on this afternoon. Well, hey, we're going to take a quick break. We're getting the Tri-Hulls loaded in the water. We're going to give one more 2-seater ride in that IHRA Formula One race ride experience. But we're going to take a quick break with a word from our fantastic sponsors here at the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, the final round of 2026.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do. So they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hamlet, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Dear Friday, Let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days. And a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Welcome to the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, Illinois is an iconic destination with something for everyone. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place where Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes region of Southwest Illinois. Your adventure awaits in the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop. Make your first call or text for all your marine part needs to Seaway Marine. Simmons Hanley Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, is proud to sponsor the Alton Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Munganast Burkhead Toyota. Dear summer, ready to get your adrenaline pumping? Toyota's 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive max out the fun. So find yours and get going. Toyota, let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels victory at every turn. All right, welcome back, race fans. Boy, you can see the mighty Mississippi delivers a lot more than just wind and current. We got our great spotters on the north end, on the west side of the course as the river bends here, basically upstream, controlling some of the debris that comes down. It's the Mississippi. There are so many tributaries that flow into the mighty Mississippi that we've just got to manage that a little bit. They do a fantastic job. For those here locally, you can see how much debris they have held off while the race ride experience was going on out there with Tim Siebold and the lucky fans who get to rip around the course at excess of 100 miles an hour. We can see there, those are the John boats, easily maneuverable, and they are able to grab onto that debris and allow that to flow downriver, and they hold it off while we are racing, and they do a fantastic job of it. All right, we're loading the tri-hulls in the water. We talked a little bit about Cole Waring possibly winning his first series championship. It's been a long road for the 69 Burnshausen Oil sponsored entry. Started out not really knowing nothing about a tri-hull or boat racing at all. Got in and slowly learned. It took him a couple of years. He was able to dial things in, and boy, what a big jump he made the back half of 2025. And I think that really set him up for what was going to be a fantastic 26 if he could keep himself out of the sticky water, the sticky situations. He got close a couple of times, but has been able to avoid disaster all season long, and that's why he sits in that catbird seat, #1 overall in points, being chased by the 37 of Mason Rinker and the 17 of Neil Marsh. We got a couple of new drivers here in the tri-hull division, a couple of rookies cutting their teeth here on the Mississippi River, running the #12 Plantation Ace Hardware out of Selby, Texas. Ken Schlowinski is going to be running that #12 machine, and Diamond Z Racing has added a second boat here for the final round of 2026 in the #24 boat. Bailey Zeller Tinker is going to be running that Diamond Z Racing, Milwaukee Tools, and Utiligrid. But right now, we're going to send things down to Sarah in the pits as she's going to chat with one of our drivers. They get ready to gear up for the final round of 2026. Take it away, Sarah.
Well, Thomas, you're exactly right. We are joined by Bailey, and asked her if she mind just grabbing a quick interview pretty quick, and she said, a little bit nervous, which is understandable because this is your first race. You are a rookie, cutting your teeth, so to speak, getting in there, and you said you're, Your brother's behind you. Why not give it a shot?
It is nerve-wracking, but we got a great group of guys out there, and I'm excited. I'm excited to get out there and get going.
You've watched him plenty of times. What got you into the seats? There's a lot of things, right? Water, but what made you think, like, I really want to get competitive at this?
Yeah, growing up, we've always kind of been competitive with each other, and so I was like, that looks fun, and I think I can kind of be good at it, maybe, if I work on it. So it's just, here we are.
Sibling competition, that never ends, right? Because it's always like, let's do it and let's do water. What do you think when you get in the seat? Like, what goes through your head besides the competition factor and besides the excitement? What's the first thing that you really think about? Like, hey, if I could just nail this, then I'll feel like I was successful.
Yeah, I think right now what goes through my head is just stay upright. But really hitting turns too. I've been working on that, which hopefully they'll get better with more work. So I'm ready to go, I think. We got to start in the back, though.
Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we'll see you on the other side. Hopefully, we'll talk to you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Right, Thomas, back to you.
All right, thanks, Sarah. Well, a little bit of a deer in the headlights now, but I assure you, Bailey, that will dissipate very, very quickly once you strap the helmet in and stomp that gas pedal to the floor of that number 24 Texas Tri-Hull. Just navigating a little bit more of this debris. What a fantastic job by our local volunteers. They've got almost every bit of debris that they had held up, moved through the course, just pushing it up against the north edge of the river here in downtown Alton, just to have all that debris kind of funnel its way as far downriver as they can before we get our Tri-Hulls out there. We got it all moved out there, but again, we got a fantastic weekend here to wrap up the 2026 season. It's been a great season so far in 2026. We started off with a brand new event to kick off the 2026 season down in Bradenton, Sarasota, Florida. What a crazy event that was. One day, hectic, and it was a crazy way to start off the season. Then we went to Port Neches, Texas, followed that up in Shreveport, Louisiana. Then we went to Marble Falls, Texas. Now we're here in Alton, Illinois. Now, we had that Formula One battle. We talked about the Tri-Hull battle a little bit with the 69 wearing out in front, but in Formula Lights right now, sitting in the catbird seat, it's the 01 of Jake McKee coming in with 1,034 points. The only one with 4-digit points, 124 back, Jose Mendaña Jr. He's going to have a big weekend, but he's still got a shot. So does the 24 of Shelby Love and the 52 of Addison Dumford. Our top 5 boat there, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, unable to make it. One of the few races that Mark Schmierbach has missed in the last decade. Hope everything's well for you back in Wisconsin, Mark. Then the 12 of Jack Schubert, that Ace Hardware machine. He's really starting to get it moving. 60 of Brandon Bobolic, the teammate of Mark Schmierbach, also not able to be here. Hope things are going well with that new work project you got going on, Brandon, down there in Southeast Texas. Then the 69 of Jared Wallach. Only reason he's in 8th, he hasn't been at every race this season, but he has been dangerous fast. He's going to start second in the opening qualifying heat. Will that number 69 of Jared Wallach bring more hardware back for the Peterson Racing team? Then in 94, Dominic Trollian not here, sitting in 9th. And then Briston Sherman coming out of nowhere, starting in Shreveport, Louisiana, found himself a knack behind the wheel of a Formula Lights. He's looking to wheel it to a top 5 here in the Alton Midwest Nationals and hopefully move himself up a few positions in the final points standings. Running double duty as well, as he's also one of our drivers in the Texas Tri-Hull division here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, looks like the last little bit of the debris has moved through the race course as they're carrying it all downriver right here along the Alton side. We've got a fantastic setup here because not only do we have all the fans here on the Alton side of the river, but you notice out there's one of them, one of numerous amount of boats here stationed outside the outer course markers, allowed them to enjoy the race from the comfort of their beautiful boat that they spend a lot of time on here. People that boat on the river tend to spend a lot of time on the river, and we love to be able to provide them a vantage point that is very unique. So if you're here on the shores in Alton today and you got a boat, maybe you hop in and go take a look at a different perspective from racing tomorrow. All right, well, we talked about Tri-Hull, Formula Lights. Now here is the tightest race so far this weekend and on the series. It's the Formula One class. Out in front with 987 points, Dylan Anderson finds himself back out on front. Can he hang on for dear life and win his first series championship? He's been close so many times. Spencer Love, your 2022 series champion, He's back in the hunt, only 13 points behind. Those two are going to be slugging it out, but they can't take their eyes off the 3 boats behind him. Just 33 points off the lead of Anderson is the 29 of Jared Jensen. This young driver out of Colorado has been on a tear here in 2026. It started in Marble Falls last year, and the ascent has been rapid. Can he find a way to grab his first title ever and bring some hardware back home to Island Lake Marine? Then in fourth, Chris Rinker, similar story to the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He's always been right there, seconds, thirds, fourths. Is this the year that the Mastercraft boats, Rinker's Boat World, number 52 of Chris Rinker, sitting 36 points back, finds a way and goes back to back to back here in Alton, because he's won the only 2 times we've been here to Alton on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. What a great way to end the series it could be for the man who's looking to be the giant of Illinois here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. And then that 5th boat is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, kind of on the outside looking in, 74 points back. Is there a guy who could clean sweep the weekend and come out of nowhere? If that person is the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, nobody would be surprised. We'll be taking a quick break, come back with the start of the Tri-Hull opening qualifying heat right here at the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals.
Friday. Let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide. That's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
All right, welcome back, race fans. Here again, just about get things started here at the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series in the inaugural season under the IHRA banner. Excited to be here in 2026. It's been absolutely phenomenal, and looking forward to an exciting 2027. But we still got to crown some champions, and right there is the man in the hunt, the 17 of Neil Marsh. They call him the Dude. Can the Dude find a way to grab his 4th title here in 2026? He went 3 in a row, tried to go 4, got nipped by the 13 of Grant Schubert. Grant then retired from Tri-Hull Racing to focus on Formula One. Neil's back here in 2026 because he wants that belt. It's a giant championship belt that our Tri-Hull drivers pass on to every new winner, and he's looking to bring that belt back to its rightful home in Hemlock, Michigan, where it's been for the most of the 2020s. Will he be able to do it again? It's only time will tell. He's only had, he drew 5th, I believe, starting position here in the opening qualifying heat in Tri-Hull. Will that be enough? Can he get by the 69 of Waring? We're going to find out here shortly, but right now, we're going to send it down to the man who's sitting second in points and hungry for a title, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Sarah?
Well, Thomas, you pretty much hit the nail on the head. They're hungry for a title in second. And what do you have to accomplish out there on the water today, Mason? Because I know you're ready for this.
Got to go up there, keep it upright, run down Mullet. Unfortunately, he got a good luck of the draw out there, so he's going to be starting, I believe, in 2nd. I'm back in 6th. So we got some work to do, hoping to get out there and get some points and make up some ground.
A lot of different places that we've been racing this season. Anything particular that you need to focus on here in Alton outside of winning, but I mean with the boat specifically that you want to focus on?
Well, with the water conditions out here, the goal is to stay upright. Turn number 2 is looking atrocious down there. We were testing yesterday, and there's some big holes, so keep it upright, be fast. That's all I can do.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll talk to you soon, so go get him out there.
Thank you.
All right, Mason Rinker, the man, a few words and a lot of action, looking to put that action to good use here this weekend and try to run it all the way to a title back to Spring, Texas. He spends a lot of time, traveled the world over the last couple of years, had to only run a partial season in 2025. He's been here for the entire season in 2026, and no surprise, squarely in the hunt for a series championship is the 37 of Mason Rinker. And Mason's very calculated. He's one of those drivers that if it's not a great situation to go dive in for position, he has the gumption to he has the gumption to kind of hang on and wait. It's a tough skill to acquire and hone over your racing career, to be able to wait for that perfect moment. You see the likes of the 21 of Jose Mendaña does that a lot in Formula Lights. In Formula One, the 24 of Spencer Love is one of those guys that'll just wait for that moment. But when that moment arises, the ability to pounce is what you need to have. 37 of Mason Rinker has shown that at times this year, flashes of brilliance. But again, he's got the 69 of Cole Waring starting second off the opening heat here. And it's Tim Siebold, my partner throughout 2026, will be joining here momentarily as he got out of the race ride experience, making his way up here to the booth to join me for the rest of the racing action here all weekend long. Again, like I was talking about with the 69 of Waring, he's starting in second. I think the 17 of Marsh in fifth, the 37 of Rinker in sixth. So, boy, how lucky is it? I guess hard work creates its own luck. He's able to draw the 2 spot. Can he use that to his advantage and get out and find that clean water early? Because like the 37 of Mason Rinker said, it's rough out there. Turn 2 is going to be brutal, and it is going to be a difficult weekend here on the Mississippi River. It always throws everything at our tri-hull drivers, and so they got to be on their toes every time they're on the water this weekend. And one small misstep by the 69 of Waring could give the opportunity to those 2 other drivers who are looking to hunt him down here this weekend. All right, checking with Jet Ski Jerry. They're back out there reporting back into our start dock here, letting everybody know that we've got the debris clear, and I see tri-hulls are on the water. We've got a large chunk of the class down there at the far east end of the course, just underneath the bridge there, right near the marina here in Alton, Illinois, as they're getting ready to do their hot laps, and then they'll line up 2 by 2. Unlike Formula Lights and Formula One, unlike Formula Lights and Formula One, the Texas Tri-Hull and our Talent Cup will both do rolling side-by-side starts. So a little bit different. It takes a little bit of a different skill set. And the Tri-Hull drivers, again, 2 by 2, they're going to run hot laps around the course. Then they're going to get lined up way down at the east end of the course. And they're going to come bringing their way back upriver here. And you're going to see the Pace Jet Ski pull off. When that Pace Jet Ski pulls off, we're looking to Chief Referee Doug Ray is to my left of the judges stand. If you're here in Alton, the 2 big blue tents up on the cement pad. All right, let's take a look at the lineup here for qualifying heat number 1 in Texas Tri-Hull. The 26 of Briston Sherman in that JH Performance Machine. He finds himself on the inside of row 1 on his outside hip teammate, fellow Outlaw F1 teammate, the 69 of Cole Waring, your point sitter there in spot number 2. On the inside of row 2, he's had an up and down year, but when he's fast, he's scary fast. He can be real dangerous inside of row 2. That's the 10 of Tanner Rinker. On the outside of row 2, up in 4th, that's the 17 of Neil Marsh. And then in 5th, the 37 of Mason Rinker on the inside of row 3. On his outside hip, another part of that Outlaw F1, that's the 13 of Jared Shelton. On the inside of row 4, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller in that Diamond Z Racing Milwaukee Tools Utiligrid sponsored machine. Then the 54 of Darren Ware on the outside of row 4. On the inside of row 5, Clint Dillard in that number 56 Black Beauty machine. Then it's the 33 John Deere Green of John Ottinger, who's in that Lone Star Sand and Gravel Lone Star Garden. And then rounding out the field, the 63 of Aaron Green. Boy, he gets the rough draw, sitting 5th in points, got to start 11th in that Rise Fitness. And then our 2 rookies, the 12 of Kenny Schlowinski and the 24 of Bailey Zeller Tinker, rounding out the field here for the final weekend of 2026. They're coming up here to the start dock to check their positions. And again, I was told that the flag will be dropped from the start dock, not from our chief referee stand up here, so that they can have a better vantage point when they see that flag drop on this 2x2 rolling start here in the opening heat in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. You'll notice a couple of those drivers have a big R on the back of their boat. That stands for rookie. The 13 of Jared Shelton, I think, still holding on to a rookie status. You'll also see the 12 of Slowinski and the 24 of Tinker with those rookies on the back. What this means is no matter how they qualified, or no matter what, in this instance, what position they drew, they will start at the back of the grid. This is for safety purposes, help them learn, help them kind of stay out of the way of some of those top drivers who are going to be going toe-to-toe and slugging it out. No, I apologize. The 13 of Jared Shelton does not have the R on the back. It's the 12 of Kenny Slowinski and the 24 of Bailey Tinker Zeller. All right, everybody's waiting in line to check for their position. There is the number 37 of Mason Rinker bringing up the rear of the field, as he must have been one of the last boats that got dumped into the water. And they're all waiting for Pace Jet Ski, run by Jared Whitehead. We call him Jet Ski Jared, the leader of our jet ski safety contingency. We got 2 jet skis on the water, 2 rescue boats, both rescue boats with divers, jumpers, and a whole host of safety people to ensure that our drivers are always being looked after wherever they are on the race course here under the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series banner. There goes the 17 of Neil Marsh. He's starting 4th, so he's gotten his position. Really what they're looking for is, what row am I in, who's in front of me, and who's to my right or left. So they find that boat that's directly in front of them, and they find the boat that's either to their right or left, and they pair up, and that's how we've seen these make it the easiest for these drivers to make sure they line up 2x2. And I tell you, when we started this series back in 2017, it was maybe 4 or 5 wide. Not 2x2, but 4x4 or 3x3. But slowly over time, I got to commend the guys. They've really figured out how to get into this 2x2. It was a different starting format than a lot of the drivers in powerboat racing are used to, especially in the OPC, or outboard performance craft, which is where tunnel boat racing has fallen for so many years. And most of that is modified Le Mans start. So dock start, not a rolling start. These guys have done a great job of figuring out how to get those rolling starts nailed here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, you see the 63 of Aaron Green. I think we've got everybody out there. Oh, looks like we're missing both of the Zellers. Okay, looks like they may have been a little late to the ramp trying to get down there. It is quite a stretch from the pits down to the boat ramp to get these tri-hulls in the water. So we're just waiting, and here comes the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, and I would imagine we're probably going to see the 24 of Bailey Zeller Tinker come right behind him, as they probably loaded her second, make sure Wyatt gets out on the water. There we go. And he's making his way up river. Sorry, guys, my bad. As he makes his way up to the rest of the field here. Some of the other drivers are making their way now back down river, because, again, we start the race down at the far east end of the course, way past the F1 course underneath the bridge. And then we bring them down 2x2. Jet ski peels off. We drop flag. We start racing here to kick off the final race of the 2026 season here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. Right here in downtown Alton, Illinois. Fantastic weather. We got a light breeze, about 10 miles an hour. Going to break up that water quite nicely, especially for the tunnel hulls. They're going to enjoy that breeze a little bit. The weather is not as hot as it was projected to be, which is always nice when you're in the middle of summer in the upper Midwest. I hail from St. Paul, Minneapolis. We've dealt with, I think, the better part of 2 weeks at 90-plus degrees. So I've been feeling the pain, and I'm appreciative that we've got a little bit of breeze and a little bit of cooler temperatures than expected here this weekend, because it's beautiful outside. The weather is absolutely perfect for some great deck-to-deck racing here as we kick things off in tri-hulls on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, now they're making their way down to the far east end of the course, and they're going to get lined up 2x2. Pole sitter, 26 of Briston Sherman. He's in that all-red boat with the JH Performance on the side, number 26. He's there looking to lock down this opening heat from pole position, if he can do so, as they make their way down to the end of the course. Once we see our Pace jet ski Jared head back up towards the judges stand here. We'll be ready to roll for the opening heat of the final round of 2026. Those drivers in those cockpits going through all their pre-race checklists. Did I do everything? Making sure everything is set, mirrors are correct, belts are tight. As it gets very intense for these drivers. Because not only, unlike the Formula Ones and the Formula Lights who go from a dead stop to full go, they have to manage a certain speed. And I believe it's something like 17 miles an hour is what we have tagged as the speed that every driver needs to hit to stay in that 2x2 lane. It doesn't create too big of a wake. They're not going too fast before we drop the flag so that they don't get spaced out too far. And so it takes a lot of focus and concentration. And then when that green flag drops, it goes from hardcore concentration to absolute and utter chaos. And that's what makes Tri-Hulls so exciting. They're a fan favorite. They'll go 4, 5, 6 wide in the corner, land on top of one another. We've seen multiple boats get into wrecks down in the corners, land on top of one another, bang into each other. That's why they are affectionately known bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. All right, here we go. The field is making its way back upriver as Jared is holding pace as he comes down through past the marina, underneath the bridge, now making his way just up onto the east edge of Riverfront Park here in downtown Alton, Illinois. Final round, 2026. The man sitting second on the outside of row 1 is your series points leader. Can he hang on here this weekend and win his first series championship? Or will the 17 of Neil Marsh find his 4th title in 5 years? Or will the 37 of Mason Rinker finally brings a Tri-Hull championship back to the Rinker stable? It's been a while. As Jet Ski Jared makes sure they're lined up 2x2. Once we see him peel off, then we're going to go to the start dock. He peels off. He drops the flag and we're underway. Great jump there by the 69 of Waring. That's what he needed. Tanner Rinker sticking his nose in there, not letting the 17 of Neil Marsh try to fly high wide to the outside. As they go down into turn 1, Sherman hammers the buoy. He doesn't pop it though, staying on the outside hit, or the inside hip of the 69 of Waring. But boy, he does not have the top end speed like the man in that Burnshausen oil machine has had all season long. Right behind him, the brothers Rinker go to flank the 26 of Sherman side by side down at turn 1, and Mason Rinker hoses down the 26 of Sherman coming out of turn number 2. Now he makes his way up into second. He's on the inside line as the brothers Rinker now try to track down the man out in front who's also your series points leader, the 69 of Cole Waring, with the 17 of Neil Marsh in 4th. Then it's the 26 of Sherman, the 56 of Dillard, the 54 of Ware, the 13 of Shelton, the 42 of Zeller, 33 of Ottinger, the 63 of Aaron Green, the 12 of Kenny Schlowinski, and then the 24 of Bailey Tinker Zeller rounding out the field here on lap number 2 of 7 in this opening qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull. Mason Rinker now started to separate away a little bit from his brother, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Tanner Rinker doing battle with the 17 of Marsh. But boy, it's all Cole Waring right now as the leader's finding that clean water. Who's going to make a move? 10 of Tanner Rinker tries to dive down the inside. He can't find any room. The 37 of Mason Rinker goes wide, follows suit with the 69 of Waring, but boy, gets caught up in the wash and loses the boat length down there on the back straightaway. There goes the 13 of Jared Shelton pulling away from the 33 of John Ottinger as they do battle in the backstretch, trying to get inside the top 10. Great overhead drone shots by our fantastic media partner, Windy City Productions. Now there's those top 4. You see flash by what look out there. Ottinger getting a little air coming down the front straightaway out of turn number 2. They said that's going to be the rough turn. There's the 63 Aaron Green. Now we pick back up with the 10 of Tanner Rinker as he's trying to track down his brother, the 37 of Mason Rinker. Mason's trying to hunt down the 69 of Waring as they're in a line, one behind each other in those top 3 spots here. As we've got 4 laps remaining, the 17 of Neil Marsh, he's trying to find a way to get some clean water. He now goes off the outside hip of the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Will he dive back in underneath? There goes the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. looking to try to get by the 13 of Jared Shelton. He does. Aaron Green gets by both of them. He's finally moved up in the top 10. 3 laps left now. We're going to be on board with the 10 of Tanner Rinker. He's getting a little wild, puts the nose way up in the air, coming down into turn number 2, down to the east end of the course. Now he's sweeping it wide, trying to keep that speed up. Oh, look out there. He puts it way high. Coming out of turn number 2. He is giving it everything he's got, trying to track down his brother. You know, there's no love lost between brothers, and I guarantee you he will talk more smack about beating his brother than even winning the race. Will the 37 of Mason Rinker, Tanner, is in the number 10 boat, is trying to make sure that does not happen. But it has been all Cole Waring. You can't give him clean water. He's out in front still. There's the 63 of Aaron Green. I think Green has moved up into that 8th position, so he's starting to track down the 33 of Ottinger. Now we go back to our leader, the 69 of Waring. He's coming up on some of the back markers. This is what could spell disaster for the 69 of Waring. He's got to navigate those back markers here. And, oh, look out there, the 13 of Gerald Shelton. No, that's the Ace Hardware. 12 of Kenny Schlewinski almost gets together with the 37 of Tanner Rinker. He's got to back off on the final lap here. 1 lap remaining. As he walks across the start-finish line by a boat length and a half, the 69 of Cole Waring hangs on to win the opening heat and stretches lead here in Texas Tri-Hall, followed by the 37 of Mason Rinker. Owene, by a hair, was it the 17 of Neil Marsh or the 10 of Tanner Rinker in 3rd? We're going to have to wait and find out, because that was too close to call a photo finish for the final spot on the podium between the 17 of Neil Marsh and the 10 of Tanner Rinker, as it was Neil Marsh was fighting with everything he had because he knew he could not give up those extra points. If he wanted to stay even into the conversation, he needed to make sure that he was 3rd, because the 2 guys in front of him for the series point standings were the drivers that finished 1-2 here in qualifying heat number 1. What a great run in Tri-Hall. Clean, it's a little bit surprising outside of Sherman whacking that buoy on the opening lap. A pretty clean heat. We saw the 10 of Tanner Rinker get a little wild. That's pretty par for the course for that young driver. He likes to air it out. Sometimes he ends up on the right side. Sometimes he ends up on the bad side. And that's kind of been the story for his 2026 season. Boy, in the recap here, it was all Cole Waring. Get out, clean water, do your thing, young man. And that's exactly what he did. He had a little contest in that opening corner with the 26 of Sherman. Sherman tried to stay tight as he could, kissed the buoy, had to back off a little bit, and then Cole Waring goes through. Then Sherman gets sandwiched by the brothers Rinker, doused down by the 37 of Mason. And with that inside line, Mason was able to get by the 10 of Tanner Rinker and run it up from 4th up into 2nd. Once Tanner got there, once Mason got there, he was in pursuit. And behind him, the 10 of Tanner Rinker was being tracked down by the 17 of Neil Marsh. You see there a little bit wild for Waring, but that's probably about as wild as he got all heat long. Very well in control. Same with the 37 of Mason Rinker. The only difference was one of them started on the front row. The other one started in row number 2. Solid run there by Aaron Green in the 63 machine. We saw 33 of Ottinger. And there's the 69 of Waring. What a fantastic run. And take a look at our full field results here from Tri-Hall heat number 1. Cole Waring, your winner, 37 of Mason Rinker in 2nd, 17 of Neil Marsh in 3rd. Then it's the 10 of Tanner Rinker in 4th. Then the 33 of John Ottinger is going to round out your top 5. Aaron Green snuck into the top 10. Kudos to the 24 of Bailey Tinker Zeller Tinker. She was able to lock down her first heat. Same with big shout out to that Ace Hardware number 12 of Kenny Schlewinski. They got their first heats under their belt in their rookie season. Interesting to start off the last race of the season, your first race, but hey, we love adding drivers to our Tri-Hall roster. We had a couple of guys that couldn't make it. Josh Wells, hope you're doing fantastic. Andy Miller, we'd love to see you. Corey Walker, hopefully we're going to have you back in 2027. So some really good competitors. Just had to put it on the shelf for 2026. We look forward for them to be back in 2027. But that doesn't mean we don't have the best dang drivers in Tri-Hall anywhere in the world right here on the shores of the Mississippi River. And Cole Waring looking to lock down that title early here this weekend with a solid win in the opening qualifying heat. All right, well, coming up next, we've got the Formula Lights out on the water for their first qualifying heat. Who's going to win the Formula Lights title? Will it be Jake McKee? Could it be Mendana? Maybe Love? We're going to take a break with our word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with more racing right after this.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days, and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month, or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Welcome to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, scroll through the regions to explore the diversity of experiences in the middle of everything. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place in America where Mother Road of Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes. Discover outdoor adventure, natural wonders, delicious dining, and more at the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock. Check them out online at seawaymarine.com. Simmons Hanley Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, Illinois, is proud to sponsor the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Toyota. Find yours and get going. Let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and the performance you need. All right, race fans, welcome back. We've got our Formula Lights loading on the water as they're about to get underway with their first of 3 qualifying heats here to wrap up the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series schedule. And boy, it's been a doozy this year. Shelby Love had some struggles. She's been fighting a blowover in the offseason and testing and fought some electrical issues. It looks like they've got it figured out as she's qualified #1 in the Formula Lights class with a 31.60 flat, going 2.5 tenths of a second faster than the man sitting second off the dock. He won the Port Neches Riverfest, had a rough go of it in Marble Falls, looking to get back off the schneid and try to bring some hardware back for that Peterson Racing team. That's the number 69 of Jared Wallach. They were only the 2 boats that went sub 32 seconds, but right on the other side of that 32-second mark, you saw the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. and your series points leader, the 01 of Jake McKee right there. Those boats are going to be battling it out for a series championship, and don't forget about that guy. He's on the outside looking in, and guess what? He's only in his 2nd season. He ran a partial schedule in 25. He's been with us all season in 26, and the improvement on the 52 of Addison Dumford has been astounding. He has really figured it out under the tutelage of that Rinker Racing team. He's got that Rinker blood flowing through the veins, so you know he's going to pick it up quickly. I didn't expect him to pick it up that quickly, but he has been a rocket ship out there in 2026, considering he just started last year. Can he somehow find a way to go from 4th to 1st here in the season standings. It's still technically possible, but boy, he's going to need a lot of chips to fall the right way. And the one driver I would call the dark horse here in 2026, the final round, is a man who is joining us for the first time here this year. He had a brutal accident at the end of 2025. He's out of Trenton, Michigan. He's the number 77 of Daniel Trozen. He's in that tinted bronze and white 77 Formula 8. There he is right there. Trozen was fast. I think he was in the top 5. I think he's coming 5th off the dock. But that was a brand new motor. He hasn't been in the boat all season. He was just knocking the rust off in testing and in qualifying. Here, when we get to heat racing, I would say you better watch out for the 77 of Dan Trozen, because he could throw a monkey wrench in a lot of people's weekends, because he would love to bring some hardware back home to Trenton, Michigan, and really make sure that everybody knows the 77 of Daniel Trozen. Just because I haven't been out here all year doesn't mean I'm not a force to be reckoned with. All right, we're going to get them lined up on the dock here based on their qualifying positions. Earlier on this morning, before we started to go live, we did fast lap qualifiers at the end of the Formula Lights testing. This is how we run all our fast lap qualifiers here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. They get a certain amount of time for testing, and then we black flag the course. And once we black flag the course, we send them out in small groups to lay down their fastest elapsed time around the course. Here for Formula Lights, this is 3-pin, 3/4 mile course here on the shores of the Mississippi River. And we're getting everybody out there. And the one boat that is a new one there is we'll take a look at we'll scratch that and take a look at our full lineup here. 24 Shelby Love on pole, 69 of Wallach right behind her, then the 21 of Mendana, the 01 of McKee, then it's the 77 of Trozen. And how about the 93 of Briston Sherman qualifying 6th? He's a rookie here in Formula Lights in 2026. Then it's the 30 of Ashton Caffarelli, the 12 of Jack Schubert. A little bit of a rough go there for the 52 of Addison Dunford. He's starting 9th. He's going to have to work his way up hard here in Heat 1. And then rounding out the top 10, it's the 91 of James Klein. Rounding out the field here in Formula Lights, the 26 of Steve Lee in 11th, the 82 of Colby Crook in that Q&M Water Sports machine in 12th, the 6 of Carissa Saddle, the rookie, running for C&M Concrete, local girl from right here in the greater St. Louis area. And then the experimental boat, we call it the Clover Eagle. That's the number 11 of RJ West, trying to figure out how we can incorporate that brand new Mercury APX 60 into the Formula Lights class, as those OMC motors have been around a while. But right now, we're going to send things back down to a very elated winner from qualifying Heat 1, as Cole Waring is with Sarah. Sarah, take it away.
All right, thank you, Thomas. As you just mentioned, yes, elated. Mullet, you had another great pass out there. You've been running really well all season. What's been the key to all your success?
Honestly, there's a lot of luck involved with it. I got extremely lucky for this heat. All year I've been pulling 11th, 12th, starting at the back of the pack, and I said, man, if I could get up front, that'd help me out a lot. And then I turned around and Mason and Neil's right behind me. So, it didn't help me that much, but I'll take anything I can get. But, I'm fired up. It's just been lucky is all it is, really.
And I know you have to go work comms, so I'm not going to hold you too long, but how exhausted are you at the end of one day because of all the different hats that you wear between the crews and then yourself being a driver?
I'm tired before we even start the day. So, you just got to work through it. It's all part of the fun. We enjoy it. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it.
All right, well, go get him, and we'll talk to you soon, I'm sure.
Thank you.
All right, well, the humble nature of the man they call Mullet, I don't know if I would say that it is luck. I would say it's a lot of hard work. The 69 is in the shop back in Richmond, Texas, working diligently on the off weeks to make sure that boat is in pristine condition. Had a chance to chat with Mullet yesterday in preparation. He informed me they actually had to go redo the entire bottom of that number 69 Burnshausen oil machine because he broke the bottom out banging around on the Colorado River in Marble Falls, Texas. It was extremely rough. They have a seawall on one side of the river, a big concrete embankment that was throwing the waves right back at the tri-hull drivers. And he said it was the roughest race of his career. And boy, his boat showed it. So he puts in a lot of hard work. He's been at this for a little while, slowly getting better every year. And, as happens with a lot of things, the improvements are big, but the ascension can be very rapid once you get a good foundation. And I think Cole spent the first couple of years really building a solid foundation. Instead of pushing himself beyond his limits and maybe developing some bad habits, He listened to all the drivers around him. He took a lot of tutelage from a lot of experienced drivers, and he put that to great use and built to get a really solid platform where I believe that you put Cole Waring in any situation in a tri-hull racing, he's going to know exactly how to navigate himself out of that, and it's shown here in 2026. And boy, we're going to have some of the same here in Formula Lights. There's the rookie Carissa Saddle, that C&M concrete machine, pink and white. That's a Moore-built Formula 4 from Europe that we have converted to run here in the Formula Lights class, and it runs well. That's a very big, wide tunnel, and it has a lot of speed. And boy, she has really been improving over the few races she's run a partial schedule here in 2026, and excited to wrap up her season with a home race for her. Again, growing up in the greater St. Louis area, just south of here. Really excited to wrap up the season here in Alton, Illinois. Can she get inside that top 10 when the weekend is done here? It'd be a solid finish as she continues to move her way up the ladder in Formula Lights. All right, we got a hot lap going for our Formula Lights drivers. They're all out on the water, ready to go. Once they hot lap, they're going to line up next to each other on the start pontoon for our first modified Le Mans start of Saturday's qualifying here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals, the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. It looks like the one driver I don't see, oh no, there he comes, is the 26 of Steve Lee. He made his way onto the water. All right, it looks like we've got all our drivers on the water, and the 24 of Shelby Love's now peeling around to line up in that position she has earned with a 31.60 elapsed time on her fast lap qualifier. Good enough for pole position here in the Formula Lights class, as they're just about to get underway with their first of 3 qualifying heats, 2 today, 1 tomorrow morning, and that'll set our starting grid for the main event in Formula Lights tomorrow afternoon. All right, and the 01 of Jake McKee surprisingly does not take a hot lap, spends his time on the dock, and now is going to fall in line behind the 69 of Wallach and the 21 of Mendana. The 69, that's another European-built boat. That's a Danish-built Molgard boat. And that boat has had a lot of success. Another driver was able to win a Formula Lights championship in that number 69 machine, still owned by the Peterson family and Peterson Racing. But another driver looking to do a lot of good things in that number 69 machine. And I think everybody else is going to have to watch out, because he may be starting second. But boy, he is really fast out there on the water. There's a 93 of Briston Sherman, young driver running for Rick's Roofing here in Formula Lights, has really found a home in Formula Lights. Fantastic driving so far through the first 2 races, continual improvement. You better watch out. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw this young driver potentially fighting for a spot in the podium or even a top 5 at worst here in the final round of 2026. All right, we've got our first 4 boats on the start dock and ready to roll. The question is who's going to come off the dock well? If you remember our last round in Marble Falls, Texas, we saw some drivers struggle, get off the beach, and it really shook things up. And boy, it culminated with quite the exciting ending to our Formula Lights final in Marble Falls that saw the 01 of Jake McKee tangle with the 60 of Brandon Bobolic, and they got together on the final turns in the final lap, and we had to go green-white checkered to decide the winner of the battle on the Colorado from round 5. All right, well, joining me now after a very busy morning so far, Managing Director Tim Siebold. Well, and we finally made it here. We got the Formula Lights on the water. Fantastic run by Mullet. No surprise in qualifying heat number 1 in Texas Tri-Hull. But boy, Formula Lights, Shelby Love back on top, finding a 31.60, keeping the boys at bay, back where she's really comfortable in that number 1's position.
So I've been, am I on? Oh, ow. All right, I'm on. Hey, fill me in a little bit. So give me a little bit of a qualifying order.
Yeah, so qualifying 31.60 for the 24 of Shelby Love. She finds the pole. The only other sub 32 second, that's 69 and Jared Wallach. He's always been fast when he's out there. And then the 21 of Mendana and the 01 of McKee right behind him, just on the other side of that 32 second mark. So that top four stacked all on top of one another here in Formula Light's fast lap qualifying, which is what we see for our lineup here in this opening qualifying heat.
Well, you know, qualifying's one thing. The wind's kicked up a little more since then. I was out in the two-seater earlier, and it's rough in the turn 4, 5, down on the, what is that, the east end.
Yeah, and that's what everybody's been saying. The east end of the course is really where it's going to make or break your race, getting in and out of those corners and being able to figure out how to navigate that rougher water on that far end of the course is going to be that's really going to determine who's going to be your winner here in Formula Lights.
Well, they're going to have to set it up, though, Tommy, because they've got to come out of 2, and they've got to be planning what they're doing really in 2 as soon as they get out of 1, because they got to know whether they're going inside, outside, where it's at, and that's going to set them up for the third turn, which is the roughest.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting weekend, and that's for Formula Lights, but same challenges are going to present itself for the tri-hulls as we saw already,
yeah.
And definitely that longer course down at the far end for the Formula Ones. We're going to send things down as Sarah is with one of those drivers in the hunt in the Formula One class. Sarah?
That's exactly right, Thomas. Thank you very much. Joined now by Chris Rinker, and we were kind of chatting after the drivers' meeting a little bit. What are you hoping for? The turnout's going to be here in this first qualifying pass, and then what are you going to do as you progress?
I mean, really, the only thing I can hope for is a good, clean run. Try to get out front and make some moves. Try to keep clean. Hopefully, I can stay in front of Spencer and the other hot rods and build some points to, get to the end.
Yeah, you're definitely in the hunt. So sometimes, you just want to have a clean run, like you said. But is there anything particular that you're going to focus on here with this type of water, this river, and what you're dealing with in Alton?
Yeah, I mean, you got to be on point. It's obviously this front straightaway is really windy. It's rough. You just got to be on your toes. This far turn, you really got to set it. And then the wind's right in your tunnel, so it's wanting to lift the boat and drift you out. And obviously, if you got neighbors, you don't want to be drifting nowhere. So you just got to stay on your toes.
We've seen that a time or two happen out there in the water. So good luck. We'll see you here soon.
Thank you.
Chris had some good points there because, number one, he's had a hard time off the dock this year. He's been on pole, in Shreveport, he was on pole. And he just had a tough time getting off the dock. So he's right. And the nice thing about his moor is that thing turns really well in rough water. So I think he's got a little bit of advantage going today, especially from P1.
Yeah, and he's, out there in the 2-stroke. Some guys chose the 4-stroke package. I think, he's stuck with what's brought him here. He's won 2 Alton Powerboat Nationals here on the Mississippi River with that 2.5-liter V6 outboard. Was it just one?
Just one. His inaugural F1 win was here last year. Now, Tanner also won here last year in the tri-hull.
Yeah, at the end there. And they're in it. But, Rinker, I mean, he's 36 points. He's 36 points back or 34 points back of Anderson. So he's right there in it. It's really going to be who, as you like to say, who has the best, worst finish on the weekend. And some of the same is going to be for the Formula Lights. The 01 of Jake McKee's got a little bit of breathing room. As soon as you say that, though, you look, and the 2 drivers that are right behind him are starting on the dock in front of him here in the opening qualifying heat. Not what that young driver out of California wanted to see.
No, it isn't. But what he's got to do is he's got to remain calm. Don't let that rattle you. That's not a problem. He's got a little bit of a points cushion, and what he needs to do is keep it clean, get through the heat races, and then see where he's at for the final.
Right, absolutely. I was talking to some of his team, and they said, it's astounding, and this may be something that you very much appreciate and understand. When I've seen Jake win, there's never a whole lot of boasting. He's not screaming and yelling. He's excited. He's happy that he won. Keel. But when he loses, it's an absolute disaster. And, the team was telling me, he goes, the thing about Jake is he hates losing, probably more than he likes winning. And to me, that seems like it's a trait of top competitors, right?
Heck yeah, it is.
I mean, do you feel some of that same sentiment throughout your career was more about not losing than necessarily winning a specific heat race or a specific race? Not that you weren't appreciative and happy that you won, but the outward emotion seemed to come out a lot more when somebody beat me versus I beat everybody.
It's all about the effort that you put into it, your team. It takes everybody that you're associated with to get that boat over the checkered flag first. So, you know, he doesn't want to let his team down as much as anything else.
Right, and he's got a tall task in front of him because the three drivers to his left, Mendana, Wallach, and Love, are solid top competitors in their own right, and he's gonna have his hands full just trying to get around them. But the one thing I think he's got to remember is, right, no mistakes, right?
No mistakes.
I want to get around him, but hey, if I got to take fourth in Heat 1, I still came in with a 110-plus point lead on the series championship, and he's got to keep that thought in the back of his head so that you don't get into some of the situations maybe like he got into in Marble Falls there at the end of the final.
He's here to win the championship. He's not necessarily here to win the race.
Right. Now, he would love to win the race.
Big picture.
Right. He would love to win the race, and that's absolutely his goal. But it's just interesting to get inside the mind of some of these drivers and the perspective they have and how that perspective allows them to function in times of crisis, right? But also in times when everything is going their way. You really have to have a certain amount of discipline and a certain demeanor to handle those situations and really be able to meticulously go through your thought process and deliver the expectations that you have for yourself. So it's going to be impressive to see what happens here in the Formula Lights final. Looks like we're just waiting for our rescue teams to get back in place. Boy, we got the boats are starting to collect themselves around the outer course markers, Tim, here on the river. People enjoying this beautiful day and all. I mean, it gets hot here in July.
Thank God for this wind, though. I mean, this is making it fantastic out here today, and it's such a beautiful vantage point from Riverfront Park where you're elevated 20 feet over the water.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, you see the absolute all of the course. There's not a bad seat in the house.
No, there is not. We've got, you know, for our VIPs, we got the big Jumbotron down there. Hey, don't forget, swing by and see Debbie. She's got all your IHRA merchandise. We've got series races. It looks like, all right, we're going test flag is up. Test flag is up. That orange flag out there on our rescue boat, that's going to, when they go under starters orders, that will be what is dropped and what the drivers follow to come roaring off the dock here in this opening qualifying heat here in Formula Lights.
I can tell these guys are ready to get to it, and ladies.
All right, coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Will the 24 of Shelby Love get off the schneid and stay out in front here from pole position and win qualifying heat number 1? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 69 of Jared Wallach get back in form after a rough Marble Falls and come screaming off the dock and take heat number 1? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then you've got the man they call the Tampa Terror, that Mike Scott's plumbing machine. That blue and chartreuse, number 21 of Mendana. Can he take heat number 1? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 01 McKee? Maybe the 77 of Trozen. Let's see who's going to take qualifying heat 1. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag. Who's going to get the jump? Oh, Briston Sherman with a nice jump there coming off the
Briston
start
got
dock.
number 93 got a great start, but he's way out in lane 6. So he's got to go around the gate buoy.
And boy, you could tell he didn't want to. He was creeping in, and then he had to start moving back to the right. But let's see who's going to get down to the turn 1. It's 24.
Oh, Shelby hooks it.
Spins out down in turn number 3. Oh boy, that's got to be frustrating for the young driver, and that's been her bugaboo in that Hoffman hole as she spins out, and of course then that gives a wide open window to the 69 of Jared Wallach.
Jared Wallach.
And he is just rolling.
He is rolling. Look at Jose on the outside.
Oh, look at there. She's just so tight with the 69 of Wallach. She just tried to turn it as hard as she could, and the back end just gave out on that number 24 Clover Construction, but she's back up into second now. But she's already back up into second, and then she looks at it, and there's Mendana coming for her as well.
You know, and his racecraft this year has been, the longer the race goes, the faster he gets.
So we'll have to see what happens towards the end of this race, but right now he's got to catch the 24 of Shelby Love, and she's trying to catch the 69 of Jared Wallach.
Dan Chosen in the 77, running in 6th place right now.
He's in that top 5, so he's
Top
at
five,
where
sorry.
he started. The only in that top 5 switcheroo we've seen was the Wallach and Love swapped out after that spin out down on the opening lap. They're down on that turns 4 and 5 on the F1 course. Then they came back around and started lap 1 of this 6 minutes plus 1 lap qualifying heat. Now it looks like Wallach going wide. Nobody wants to go to the inside of that turn 3 coming off into that wind, Tim.
Nobody wants Shelby going wide and them not being there, because if you remember last year, she got docked all the way to the back and came through the field, and she was on the outside.
Right
so
on.
she likes that outside.
Oh no, looks like the 12. Oh no, the 12 of Jack Schubert, that Ace Hardware machine. Oh no, look out, Briston Sherman.
Spins out
And gets hung up onto the buoy. That might cause a red flag on the course. There we go, red flag on the course, red flag on the course. And that's one of those rookie mistakes, Tim. He was fast. He was trying to hunt down some of the quicker boats and try to finish as best as he could. And boy, he snapped it hard, hooked it in the corner, got tied up in those buoys.
This is going to be a benefit for old number 24.
Oh, absolutely.
She's going to get a second chance at it now.
And she's going to be on the outside of a rolling start, being able to take the wide line into the corner, which is exactly where she wants. Sometimes I wonder on these rolling restarts if the 24 of Love is okay that she's not in that number 1 spot, because she does not like that inside lane. And if I were the driver on the outside, I would pin her down in there. But boy, what a fantastic run so far. Frustration for Sherman. Hopefully he can get it fired. But hey, how about there? The 12 of Jack Schubert gets the boat fired again. He was at the dock. We were cutting to him because he had just pulled off the race course. And then immediately as we did that, the 93 of Sherman snapped down there in the corner. And you know, and Tim, I think this is one of those things that especially a young driver, there's the 12 of Jack Schubert. He's back on the water.
Right.
I don't know what it came loose.
Jack's had some powerhead troubles this year, so, and I know he wasn't happy after testing yesterday, but he just got to get that. He needs to do a little motor work this winter.
Let's take a look at this buoy here. So Dumford comes in real tight.
Hits it.
Dumford clips it, but did he move it inside?
Well, you can touch it, you can rub it, you can't dislodge it, or you can't pop it.
Right, and it looks like it may have been dislodged. Now, the drivers much prefer a dislodge versus a pop, because once you put a hole in the buoy, then the checks start flowing back in as the penalties start to accrue. If you dislodge it, you just get a lap penalty. If you pop the buoy, there's a fine that goes along with that penalty. So they would much prefer I'd imagine Sherman's going, oh, sweet, I didn't pop either of them, as he floats back downriver. But what I was going to get into, Tim, is why did that happen to the 93 of Briston Sherman? And I think it's one of those rookie things, because he has never raced in a river this fast.
That was going to be my point. He's got the current. He's running upriver, so when he set the boat, the current took him into the buoy. I almost did it today in the 2-seater.
the current sometimes here on the Mississippi can catch you off guard. It is really moving out there.
It's rolling right now, and the winds come up. So you know this front straightaway is extremely rough. So you're getting the boat bouncing a little bit, and then when it comes down, you got the wheel turned a little bit. Wham! It's gonna take a hard left.
It's like you almost have, if you want to set on the pin, you almost have to set like half a lane from the pin and allow the movement from the river and the wind to tuck you back into the tight to the pin.
You set late for the upriver buoy. You set early for the downriver buoy.
There you go. Explained by one of the best to do it ever in a Formula One boat, Mr. Tim Siebel. And there's the 93 of Sherman. Let's hope he can get it fired now. This looks like they're having a hard time catching those buoys as they go ripping downriver. So it's going to take a quick minute for them to get set, but then we're going to go to a rolling start. Obviously, we already had our modified Le Mans start, but the rule book says that after the initial modified Le Mans start, if there is a stoppage on the course for whatever it is, in this instance it was a buoy being dislodged, we will then convert to a rolling start from.
So they got a couple laps in the books, and they're going to be going by running order now. So that's going to put Jared up front.
Yeah, he's going to be on the
69 with Shelby on his outside.
On the inside
like
of row 1, yeah, and Shelby will be on the outside of row 1 in that wide lane position, so that should set her up well for an initial corner run. And then
there's the board right up there on the screen now. So that's your start order. And, you know, 021, Jose, he's going to be in a good spot because I got a feeling Jared is going to drive her wide, and that's going to leave a lane for.
And if anybody can go pin to pin and dive down inside when there's very little room, it's somebody like the 21 of Mandana. But how about this? The 52 at Addison Dumford started 9th. He's moved up 3 positions to 6th. So those drivers that are in the hunt, the 24 of Love, the 21 of Mandana, and the 52 of Dumford are all now in the top 6. He's got some room to make up. But boy, could you imagine if we could get that 52 of Dumford up there and just keep that pressure tight, especially with McKee sitting back in 4th. He's going to relinquish a few points if he stays in that position, maybe not for Dumford, but especially for the likes of Love and Mandana.
Well, the number 52 at Dumford, for him to qualify in 9th, that's unusual.
Yes.
So, and that just shows it in 2 laps, he passes half the field. So it's I don't know, he must have had some kind of a problem. I'm going to ask him tonight just to see what happened.
Set up,
unusual.
And it even could be wrong prop.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, you picked the wrong prop because the conditions changed just enough.
Might have had the motor too high.
Yep. As the wind is picked up, the water gets a little rougher. You might want that, that motor a 1/4 inch or a 1/2 inch, a little bit lower than it was in testing yesterday. But again, why doesn't Mandana have that happen to him? Well, when you've got years under your belt, you can lean on that experience. Addison just doesn't have that yet. Now he is gaining a ton of experience, but he has been impressive to see the movement up the order for that number 52 Dumford racing machine throughout the 2026 season.
He's had a good year.
And I think this is just the beginning of what can continue to get better. I know he's got a new boat coming at the end of the season.
Yeah. They're putting the effort in.
Carbon fiber, and so I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in 2027. But I'm going to send things right now because a force to be reckoned with. He laid down the fastest lap in testing yesterday. He's screaming fast, and he's looking to bring that Captain Mark's boat to the top of the box. We're going to send things down to Sarah. She's with the 13 at Grant Schubert. Sarah?
All right, thank you very much, and you're exactly right. Joined now by Grant, laying down some pretty solid times out there, feeling pretty good here in Alton. I know you're hot. I won't keep you in the sun for too long, but what's your mentality heading into this? I mean, you're really starting to plug away.
Oh, man, everyone out there is racing for a championship. I'm just here to, try and win a race, take the last one, do what I can to prove that I belong up there. I've had some struggles this year, but everyone else I feel like is just going to take it kind of easy, make sure they finish and have a good chance to podium in this championship. I don't have that chance, so I'm just going to go out here and try and win. I'm going to burn it down. I'm going to do something. I'm going to go out here and do everything I can.
All right, I love the energy. I love the excitement. Talking here just a bit earlier, you like also assisting people and new drivers, kind of working their way through the process and teaching them about the sport. How exciting for you, because you're young yourself, but, giving advice and kind of navigating water, so to speak, is a pretty neat project.
Yeah. I've done this since I was 9. So I have experience in all classes, all 4 classes that we run, the GTs, the tri-holes, the 45s, and now the F1. So when a new guy gets in tri-hole, I'll go out there, I'll call them on the phone and testing, and I'll teach them how to go through a turn and make a safe turn so they go out there and participate without causing any problems. And, it's kind of humbling, like I was there once. So, it's good to just help out.
Well, you may have to help me next. Maybe I'll get behind a tri-hole.
Oh, that's awesome.
All right, well, be safe out there. Good luck, and we'll see you soon.
All right, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. Grant Schubert, I love the determination and just that willingness to just absolutely get after it. He's starting 3rd off the start pontoon for our opening Formula One heat, but we're going to be right back after a word from our sponsors with the conclusion of the Formula Lights opening qualifying heat after the 93 of Bristol Sherman took out turn number 1. We'll be right back with more racing after this.
try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Welcome back, race fans. We're getting lined up down there on the east end of the courses. We're going to go 2 by 2 for this rolling restart here in Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1 after the 93 of Briston Sherman took out turn number 1. He tried to set it too tight to the pin, and that mighty current here on the Mississippi yanked him down into the buoys, and we had to reset the course. And they're coming back down west, upriver, as we wait for the green flag here in this restart here in the Formula Lights qualifying heat number 1.
Great job by the IHRA rescue team resetting that buoy in the heavy current. Thank you.
Yeah, it gets ripping out there. The Mississippi is definitely not a slow-moving body of water. All right, we're waiting for jet ski Jared to pull off the course.
Here he comes.
He pulls off the course. Now we're going to look down to the start dock. Is they going to drop the
there
flag?
They go.
Here we go. The 69 of Wallach gets a good jump there, but Shelby Love on his outside hip will stay with him here on the opening lap of this restart. Love goes wide to the outside. Mendana, like expected, goes down to the inside. Now he's trying to split the difference, try to find some clean water behind the rooster tails of the 24 Love and the 69 of Wallach.
She needs to float it through that corner and not set it.
Oh no! She spins it out. She tried to turn it too hard, and she should have been on the radio there, Tim. I think floating it would have probably kept her clean. Now she's going to have the new battle with Mendana as they're almost side by side, but he dives down underneath. It's amazing how well she gets corrects after that spin. She was spun for a half a second, was back on it, and is staying in the hunt for Wallach. Let's take a look at a replay here in the box on that 16, on that 24 of Love. She just hooked it a little too tight coming out of turn number 2.
Right on top of his hard water. You know, she might have her motor a little bit high. She's still got her qualifying set up on.
Yeah, she better job there. She came out of turn number 2. Now we're going to fly overhead with those drones as we stay with our top 5 drivers. They come out of turn 3. Now Love makes a move down tight to the inside.
She half spun it there, and Jose went to the outside. They're going to go side by side into 1.
Boy, she is just pushing it to the limit, trying to find any way to get around. Oh, look out there. She almost barrel rolls down in turn number 1, spins out again.
You can tell almost went over.
She is really pushing it right now, Tim. She knows she can't give up any ground to Wallach, and she pushed it a little too hard. Now she finds herself back in 5th.
But the person she's in the championship fight with is behind her.
And
so she needs to relax a little bit.
All right, now we got another box-in-box replay there. The 24 Love was going hard. She saw Mendana on her outside.
Watch, she went over his hard water, almost went over again.
And she goes down into turn number 3. Now she's dead in the water. It looks like maybe there's potentially something mechanically wrong.
Maybe she's got water in the boat.
That's possible, but she gets it fired again. Now let's take a look at this third box-in-box replay from the 24 of Shelby Love. As she went down into turn number 3, she was right side by side with Trozen. Oh, she just clipped a buoy. She ran out of room and tried to set it tight to the buoy and clipped that buoy, but I don't think she popped it or dislodged it somehow.
I'm like, how's that still there?
Now we overhead with the 52 of Dumford. He's doing battle
right
with the
there.
77 of Trozen.
Pass for the lead. Jose Mendana Jared Wallach.
Oh, we got a boat over down here at turn number 3. Dumford goes over as he was
52.
battling with the 77 of Trozen. Oh boy, the young driver out of Tennessee looking to try to get his best finish in his career. He's out of the boat.
He's out.
Our
Okay.
rescue team is there immediately, but boy, he was in a hard-nosed battle with the 77 of Trozen as he goes down there into turn number 3. Boy, I hope we got a replay of that because we had just clocked the Wallach and Mendana were down here in turn number 1.
Yeah, because it was a battle for the lead. There's action all over the place in this one.
Oh boy, that's going to make it a long day. But it looks like we've got some of our, we'll be coming with some of those replays. But boy, what a battle there. Mendana, it's amazing to me how many times you see Mendana just right there on the edge.
As the race went on.
Right, he doesn't worry about, okay, it didn't work perfectly on the opening lap. He's like, all right, just bide your time, work your way in there. Looks like Dumford just hopped himself up onto the rescue boat. Pretty dejected, I can imagine, is the man in that number 52 machine. He's on the rescue boat. He is good. All right, let's take a look at those replays because there was insanity all over the race course here in the Formula Lights opening qualifying heat.
Here we go. This is it. What happened? Oh, he took a bounce right before it. Came back to save it. Comes way out of the water. And actually barrel rolls the opposite way.
And how does Dan Trozen stay out of the way? Oh, by a
man,
hair.
that was close.
The 77 of Daniel Trozen avoids colliding with a motherboat.
Oh my God.
And now let's take a look at that overhead.
Look at this drone shot. Look at the big screen if you guys are around. Goes up, gets out of the water. This is going to be so close on Trozen. Watch this. He's got nowhere to go.
Just a wall of yellow in front of him, and this is and he somehow narrowly escapes carnage, because that seems to be the theme for Dan. Last year at the end of the race season, he was running a race in Kankakee, Illinois, and he got together with the 69 of Jared Wallach. So Trozen seems to be in the wrong place at the wrong time, but there he narrowly escaped. Let's take a look at that one more time as we go down in there. And he's just on his outside hip. He's just trying to stay away. He must have just caught a roller. You said it's nasty down there, but boy, that roller, did he hit the roller at the exact same time he was trying to turn?
He bounced and he was already turned, and it put it up, and then he saves it, he overcorrects, and then it goes back and barrel rolls the other way. You don't see that every day.
And then Trozen just, I mean,
look how close
his sponson goes right underneath those pickle forks. You might even see a little bit
If that didn't hit, I don't know. That had to
We'll have
touch
to go
him.
see if there's little yellow marks down the side of the capsule of 77 of Trozen. He also might need to check his shorts inside the cockpit after that one. He's just glad to be okay, and the 52 of Dumford is okay.
Yeah, that's the main thing.
But unfortunately, due to time constraints with as we take a look one more time for that overhead drone, following the 77 Trozen off his outside hip, Dumford just tries to turn, catches a roller, sends it to it on its side, overcorrects, goes airborne, and somehow that bronze and white 77 machine came out unscathed. That's impressive in its own right. But due to time constraints, with our schedule here and this being a commercial body of water and all the barge traffic and everything that's being held up because of our racing here today, that is actually going to conclude the Formula Lights opening qualifying heat. So your winner is going to be the number 69 of Jared Wallach, followed by the 21 of Jose Mendana. The question is I don't know who's going to finish in that third spot. Could be the 24 of Shelby Love or the 01 of Jake McKee.
I will say this, though. I think everybody's in trouble. I think Jose's got something for these boys today, this weekend.
I think he does. You know, limited testing yesterday. I talked to him in the pits. He said he didn't want to. He's like, I know what I have. Yeah. I understand. It's just about understanding the water conditions, setting my balance, and making sure my motor height and the prop are the right combo I pick for what the water's like tomorrow, is what he told me yesterday. And no surprise, he figured it out.
Well, in some of the earlier races, he gets that new boat this year. So he starts the season in his old boat, gets the new boat. Then in Shreveport, he kept switching props and setup combinations. He finally makes his way all the way up front. So he's really learning this boat, and he's making some headway. So
yeah, he is.
And the rougher it gets, the better he likes it.
Absolutely, because he's got the experience to understand what the boat is going to do, how it's going to act in that rough water.
And what adjustments to make for the next race.
Right.
The next heat.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw everybody in the Formula Lights class that maybe knock the motor down a scotch or two, just because I don't think this wind is going anywhere. It's not supposed to really die down till about 6 o'clock, 2 hours after we're off the water. So it's going to be a steady wind today, which is going to play a factor in how these boats set themselves up here on the mighty Mississippi to try to win the 2026 Formula Lights IHRA Powerboat Championship Series.
I've raced here before in 1992, and I can tell you, though mighty Mississippi is unforgiving.
Yes, it is. Take a look at those unofficial results from heat number 1. Wallach with the win, followed by Mendana, then McKee, Trozen, and then Klein. It looks like they did tag the 24 of Love after that buoy. Then 91 of James Klein in the top 5, 30 of Ashton Caffarelli, the 93 of Briston Sherman there in 7th, then 82 of Colby Crook, 26 of Steve Lee. Chris's Saddle gets into the top 10, and then Love going back down into 11th place with RJ West, Addison Dumford, and then Jack Schubert. Boy, he had a rough heat 1. It has been a frustrating year for the young driver running for Plantation Ace Hardware.
It sure has. It sure has. But, you know, the beneficiary of that first heat is the 01 of Jake McKee.
It really is. If we take a look at the recap here from our Formula Lights race, the Shelby Love gets off the dock like she's supposed to in the opening heat. Sherman gets a good jump. Trozen gets a good jump. Wallach's right there. They're all on top of one another as they go down into the first turn. The 24 of Shelby Love spins out down in turn 1, collects herself greatly, but boy, that was tough for her to try to recover. She had a few of those here in this opening qualifying heat. Then we get the restart. The 93 of Sherman, rookie mistake, goes to set it down in. The Turner gets pulled into the river, and that's going to wrap things up for his day. And now we're going to send things down to Sarah as she's with that driver, the 52 of Addison Dumford. See how he's going. Sarah?
Yeah, guys, you're exactly right. Yeah, we do have a chance to catch up with him real quick. He did deny medical, so clearly you are okay, which is the great news. I know it all happened so quick you haven't had a chance to even look at replay yet, but what was kind of going through your head? A little frustration there as you popped up and ready to get on that boat.
Yeah, frustrated just because it's the last race of the season and we're running about 4th in points, and all day we've been saying stay dry, it's rough, and the current's crazy out there, and the turns just keep getting worse and worse and choppier. And my radio man just kept driving to the pin, and I'm like, I'm on the outside, I want to be in smooth water. Well, when I drove to the pin, I hopped and caught and went over, and I mean, the corners out there are just wicked. For sure, never driven anything like that. The current's ripping, I mean, it's just crazy. So it's all right, I'm out, get the boat running, and be back in heat 2 in a couple hours.
Talk about the track specifically. You did mention some of that current ripping through there. Wind probably not going to die down until later this evening when racing, unfortunately, is going to be done. Turn 2, a couple of drivers have mentioned that. For you specifically, what's going to be your focal point for the next qualifying round?
Nothing really. I'm going to keep driving hard and see what I can do now to work my way up and do what I can. But, yeah, the wind plays a little factor, but if you ask me, the current's a big deal out there. I mean, it's grabbing boats and jerking them. You saw everybody on the live hitting buoys. Shelby spun out, hit a buoy right in front of me, and she's a great driver. And 93 got wrapped up too. So it's crazy out there, and you got to really pay attention.
All right, well, we'll let you get back to the boat and a lot of work to do out there. So thanks again for your time.
Thank you.
You know, one thing he didn't mention is the seawall that's running right below us, because all the water comes bouncing right back off of this seawall, and I mean, it just makes it even rougher. It's like a bathtub out there, and with the strong current, it never goes away. Right,
and the only saving grace is there isn't a seawall on the other side of the Mississippi River here as well.
Thank goodness.
As we have both been to many races where there are embankments or seawalls on either side of the river, and it really bathtubs it up. But no surprise, with this side of the course having the seawall, that turn that's closest to this north side of the river here in downtown Alton, the roughest turn on the race course, pretty much from what we've talked to, every single class here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, well, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get our Formula Ones run their hot lap. We're going to get them lined up. Who's going to take qualifying heat number 1? We've got 5 drivers within 74 points of one another. Let's crown a champion here this weekend. We're going to get the first qualifying heat underway here in just a few moments after a great word from our sponsors. We'll be right back with the final round of the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series.
we can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Welcome to the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, Illinois is an iconic destination with something for everyone. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place where Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes region of Southwest Illinois. Your adventure awaits in the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop. Make your first call or text for all your marine part needs to Seaway Marine. Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, is proud to sponsor the Alton Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Munganast Burkhead Toyota. Dear summer, ready to get your adrenaline pumping? Toyota's 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive max out the fun. So find yours and get going. Toyota, let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels victory at every turn. All right, welcome back, race fans. We've got most of the drivers lined up on the start to pontoon here for the start of the Formula One classes opening qualifying heat here, and it's 52 at Chris Rinker. He came back just 30-plus points off the series championship lead. He finds himself in the catbird seat. Can he fix that starting issue, Tim, that he has had all season long? It has never been more imperative that he nails the start than right here in qualifying heat 1.
He's got to take advantage of that great pole position in qualifying. He's got number 24, Spencer Love, and he is a starting expert.
He is, and he's coming second off the start pontoon. He's 7 points, or 13 points out of first place. He's sitting in second in the series championship, second off the dock here. But right behind him, the driver we talked to a little bit before, the 13 of Grant Schubert. And Grant is out there on a mission to try to disrupt everything here in the Formula One class. He starts third, and then another one of those contenders right behind him in fourth there, Tim, the 29 of Jared Jensen. He's still got a shot, 33 points off the series championship lead coming into the final round.
And then you've got Dylan Anderson, who's won multiple races this year, and Jeremiah Mayo in the 8 right behind him. So that is a stacked top 6.
Yeah, and it's going to be fun because 5 of those drivers in that top 6, the only 13 of Grant Schubert not in the points hunt, they're all going to be laying it all on the line because this is it. It's the final race of the season, and they know that they've got to collect as many points as possible, and they're all so close that every single point is going to be absolutely imperative for them to gather here in these qualifying heats because, like you've said many times, Tim, that heat 3 can make or break, right? And all it takes is one good or bad heat 3, and you go from pole position to 5th or 6th on the start dock.
That's right.
And that can be a very difficult task to overcome in the main event. You've got more time, you're gonna deal with more lap traffic, but this is a rough course with hard corners. It is going to be a difficult task. So you gotta make sure to be dialed in here in qualifying. Not that you don't need to be dialed in for the final, but it is gonna be an extremely stressful weekend, especially for those top 5 drivers, because they all want that series championship. 4 of the 5 never won one before. Spencer Love, the only one with a 2022 title. It's gonna be interesting.
Got number 13, though, is the wild card in all this. He doesn't care. He wants to disrupt everything.
Correct.
Because all he wants to do is win the race. And he has not won a Formula One race.
No, he's been close.
On the IHRA.
He's been close.
F1
He's
tour.
had some fantastic runs. Colorado last year comes to mind. He held Chris Rinker and ran him all over the course. But if you're Grant Schubert, yeah, great run in Shreveport. If you're Grant Schubert, you can kill two birds with one stone. Not only do you disrupt the top four, but it gives your driver, your teammate, who's sitting back there fifth in points, kind of the outside looking in. He's going to have a lot of good things go his way. Grant's like, hey, if I can throw a monkey wrench in some of the other guys' game plan, here you go, Jeremiah. How about I win, you take second, kick them back to fifth or sixth, see if we can't make a Sunday out of it. As he's a fired up kid. He works hard. He puts in so much effort. Excited to see a solid finish because it's been a pretty up and down year for the 13 of Schubert. I would say he probably had better consistent results last year than he did this year, but this year more gremlins and motor issues and things of that nature have really popped up.
But he's faster this year.
Yes, absolutely.
So he is definitely faster this year. He's got more experience, and so he can win the race. We'll just have to see, you know.
It looks like we're waiting for the final boat. The 98 of Aiden Benton had some motor troubles in testing yesterday and had to cobble together a power plant. And he's going to join us on the start dock. But right now we're going to send things down with the driver who won the Formula Lights opening heat, the number 69 of Jared Wallach, as he's with Sarah.
Well, congratulations. First of all, you won that heat, so a nice solid pass out there. Had one kind of flip over, a little bit of panic there, but everything seems to be okay. And some current, a lot of stuff going on out there. So let's go ahead and kind of walk through how that first pass went for you.
Yeah, no, the current's definitely ripping out there. Mississippi is living up to its name for sure. Luckily, our boat really excels in that rougher water, so kind of trying to take advantage of that. We qualified second and just need to stay consistent, put ourselves where we need to be, and worked on the first heat. So hopefully just keep it rolling and, keep the shiny side up and get to the final, and that's where the money's made.
Yeah, consistency always the theme. Is there anything particular that you are trying to make sure that you focus in on outside of staying dry, essentially staying upright, but what you have to do to keep moving up and gaining some ground the points?
Yeah, a couple things. I mean, really just watching where you are in the turns. It all, goes back to that current, and you kind of want to be a boat length or maybe boat length and a half away from the buoy because sometimes you hit a hole and suck you in. So really just trying to be consistent and those little things that add up in a class that's so competitive. So.
All right. Well, once again, congratulations. We'll let you regroup, and we'll see you next round.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thomas and Tim, back to you guys.
All right. Thanks, Sarah. The 69 of Jared Wallach, always cool, calm, and collected. Getting a hug from crew chief and team owner there. Mr. Peterson is, another solid finish for that number 69 Latitude Dispensary Peterson Racing Machine. But, Tim, looks like we've got everybody on the start dock ready to go here for the opening Formula One heat.
That's right, and this is what everybody came here to see, the Formula One boats.
All right, test flag coming up. So those of you here on the shores of the Mississippi River in downtown Alton, that orange flag, that's our starter. We're going to go from 1 minute to 20 seconds. Once I go to 20 seconds, I'm going to kick it over to Pat, our starter. He's going to drop that flag when he feels like it, and you're going to hear these boats come roaring to life. Speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour in under 4 seconds here on the Mississippi River. Who's going to win qualifying heat number 1 coming up on the 1 minute gun? 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Sylvan Pontoons, Mastercraft Boats, Rinker Boat World. They're on the side of that bright yellow number 52 machine. He finds himself on pole. Can Chris Rinker win heat number 1 here in this ever important final race of the season? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will it be the 24 of Spencer Love? He won the series in 2022. He's had a great comeback year in 26. Can he put a cherry on top and win heat number 1? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then it's that wild card, Grant Schubert, looking to throw everybody's up into the air and see what happens. Can he come off the dock like a rocket? He was screaming fast yesterday. Can he do it again today? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then you got the 29 of Jensen, the 17 of Anderson, the 8 of Mayo, 5 drivers, 1 spot in the championship. It starts right here. 20 seconds, drivers. Who's going to win a heat 1? You're under starters orders. He drops the flag, and he gets a good jump. Oh, the 13 of Schubert doesn't fire. Schubert doesn't fire.
No.
Jensen gets a delayed fire, but Rinker and Love, absolute screaming fast. They go down through the inside of the course, down into turn number 5.
Chris has got the inside, got a good start. Spencer's right on his hip.
And here comes the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Looks like he might have moved all the way up into 3rd position from 5th as they come down the front straightaway. Here is lap 1 of this 8 minutes plus 1 lap opening qualifying heat. Oh no, there's the night. That's the Travis Yates in the number 99 hasn't fired as well. He's still stuck back at the dock, and it looks like his day is heat one might be over, or he's waiting for the rest of the field to go before he gets that thing fired. But boy, the 52 of Rinker is out in front and starting to pull away from the 24 of Love. Then it's the 17 of Anderson, and the 8 of Mayo. What has happened to the 29 of Jared Jensen? He had a brutal start, and a couple of those 4-strokes are starting to move their way up the field, Tim.
They had a bad battery in the 29 prior to this first heat. They replaced it, but maybe it was another problem they didn't get.
Boy, and Rinker looks like he's on a mission. Beautiful set there in that little chicane bend, that little bend there on the front stretch before that far west end turn number 2 here on this 5-pin mile-long course here on the shores of the Mississippi, running about 34 seconds average lap time. But boy, man, he is on. You can tell he's on a mission. That was the best start I've seen out of Chris Rinker all season long, and he did it when he needed it the most.
It's starting to get a little rough down in the far end. You see these boats are starting to pop, bounce around because of the water coming back off the seawall. But right now, Chris Rinker is looking fantastic out there. 2 key points here is you got to be able to sweep the dog leg on the front straightaway. You got to get through turn 2 without setting the boat and give yourself a good line. Start outside and finish the last corner tight on the buoy.
Yeah, there's the man who's really got to make up some ground, because the only person, the person that's right next to him in points is the guy that's in front of him. So he knows, if I just stay here in second, that gap is going to close. That's the last thing he wants. So you know the 17 of Anderson and that Anderson Marine Machine is going to be pushing it to the limit here in qualifying heat number 1, trying to track down the 24 of Spencer Love.
The number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo makes it through the sweeper really good on this front side, and he's picking up on Dylan Anderson right now. And that number 8 Toyota boat is looking fantastic.
And that's what makes it so tough for the 17 of Anderson. He wants to solely focus on the 24 of Love, but the second he does that, he's going to have a rearview mirror full of that Toyota Ray Bob's all-white number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, and you can't ever lose track of that kid.
No, Jeremiah in the number 8, he's another one of those guys. He gets stronger as the race goes on.
I think it's because he likes the rougher water, and he knows that he has the ability to push it to the limit in that rougher water, maybe a little bit more than some of the other drivers, and still be comfortable and in control. And I can imagine, Tim, that's something that takes time to learn. Are there some drivers that just find an easier level of comfort in rough water over other drivers, or is it one of those skills that you grow over time behind the wheel?
That comfort level comes from several different things. Propeller, boat setup, driver feel. So there's not one thing that does it. It's a combination of all of them.
Ooh, look out there. Andrew Tate and the 13 of Grant Schubert doing battle for 7th and 8th after Schubert didn't fire off the start dock. He tries to go inside, does it. Head bob, fake to the inside, comes back wide to the outside now, and they're going side by side down the front straightaway through the bend. And the dog leg down here. Oh, and Tate goes wide, really pushes Schubert way wide to the outside, trying to mess up his line there and hold off the young driver running for Captain Marks.
Well, the 14 of Tate has a hard time sweeping it through that dog leg on the front straightaway, and that's where Grant makes his time up on him. Grant needs to stay outside and try and go underneath him here in this corner.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, Chris Rinker is absolutely pulling away from the field, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if I have ever seen Chris Rinker on such a hard charge in many a year. I mean, Tim, he's got to have a good 20-second lead over the rest of the field. Impressive run, especially when he needed the most, right? He's 34 points back. The 2 guys in front of him are behind him right now, which means he can get off the water as long as he can hang on to it here. He's closing that gap, and all he's looking to do is get that gap as tight as possible come the final here tomorrow afternoon.
You know, when you're behind like that in the championship, all you can do is go out, run your race. He's doing everything he can. He's in first place. He qualified on pole. He's got to just let the chips fall where they fall with the other drivers. But look at the battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. That's really heating up.
It really is, and that the 24 of Love has got Anderson all over him as we come out of turn number 5 there. There's the 17 Anderson, but look at, there's the 24 Love. They are deck to deck on top of each other, and this is exactly what the 17 Anderson was hoping for.
We got
lost
buoys
a buoy.
moving.
Somebody took out a buoy. Was that the 52 Rinker? Could it have been the 98 of Aiden Benton? I don't know who took out the buoy out there, but we're going to have to find out and see who clipped that buoy down there at the far north west end of the course, because that could change the complexion of this race tremendously.
Well, we're looking to see if we got that on replay.
But now it's going to be even shorter course. Let's take
There
a look
it
at the
is.
replay. Oh, looks like that's the 14. Is that the 14 of Andrew Tate that took out the buoy down there? I don't know. We'll have to. I know we've had our referees and the rest of the crew here on the IHRA staff watch for all those things. But boy, it is a battle going on there now between. Now it looks like, oh no, the 24 of Spencer Love is falling back to third. Tim, we've got 17 of Dylan Anderson's now up into second, and now the 24 of Love's having to do battle with the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. They are swapping positions. There's
something's wrong with Spencer.
Something's wrong with that motor. He might be down a cylinder. Maybe the trim's stuck in a neutral position. Makes it really hard to turn. You might be able to tell more as he comes by.
He could have bent a prop. So now he's got the 8 of Mayo and the 29 of Jensen right on his hip.
They're pushing hard, but it's all about Chris Rinker right now. He's been out front since the beginning. He's got a 10-second lead. Oh no, look out there. That's 13 of Grant Schubert goes over down to the north end of the course. Snap rolling, fighting and doing battle with the 14 of Andrew Tate. He pushed it a little too hard there, Tim. You could tell he was on a mission to get by Tate come hell or high water. Boy, and it looks like the high water came first as he snap rolled it down there in the west end of the course. But it looks like he's got the lid open. Driver's okay, boat's upright, it's still floating. Those are all good things. But boy, that was a quick one for the 13 of Grant Schubert. But hey, when you want to be the disruptor, sometimes you're living on that ragged edge, and sometimes you step that toe over the line. And look at, he's still.
Hey, he said he was going to burn it down when he started this heat. Well, guess what? He just did.
Reminds me of his teammate from back in Bay City, Michigan. If you remember that, about 2016, Dustin Terry flies in from Louisiana. They're under a massive hurricane. He gets out, doesn't qualify, has to start last on the dock. I think he goes 13 positions in like 3 laps and then blows it over sky high coming down the back straightaway. And we asked him, like, hey, what are you doing? Like, hey, man, when you're starting last off the dock, it's checkers or wreckers, baby. He's like, I was either going to win it or send it fly sky high. He did there, and it looks like Grant may have had a little bit of that Dustin Terry mentality going into the west end there on turn number 2.
Well, hopefully he didn't get any water in the motor, because even though he's upright, engine cowling gets ripped off by the water pressure, and he's got the throttles wide open. So if he takes a shot of water, what that's going to do is that goes in the cylinder. There's no place for it to go, and it'll bend a rod or possibly break a piston. So hopefully, I know Michael Schubert will be all over that.
All right, well, the rest of the boats are floating downriver. They're taking Grant Schubert to the local ambulance on site. Check out all our drivers if they're involved in any incidents. And so they're going to take him down there. It looks like they've got the boat. They've got the boat moving through the course there. They got the rear cowling. They got the motor cowling. They've got all the pieces.
Yeah.
Now it's just get it back to the trailer, make sure there's no holes in it, and make sure that everything is running okay. They're going to probably have to bring it down to the ramp.
Test wheel
blow out the motor, test wheel it, make sure everything's fired.
Pull the plugs.
Hopefully he can get back out on the water for qualifying heat number 2 later today.
Yeah, the good thing is they got all the pieces. They just got to check out the most important piece, which is that power head.
Yeah, it's going to be a busy couple of hours for the Outlaw F1 team, but I think those boys keep Michael Schubert pretty busy all weekend long. Oh no, the 99 to Travis Yates, another one of those Outlaw F1 teams. You see him there. He did not even get it started off the start dock. Kind of a myth as to what the heck is going on. And there's the 24 of Spencer Love. He obviously had some problems there, was out in second for quite a bit of that heat, dropped all the way back to 4th, and boy, was heading backwards quickly. So, it looks like, again, due to time constraints, we're on a commercial river. We were deep enough into that 8 minutes plus 1 lap. We were 5.5, 6 minutes into the heat, so that's going to call. We are going to be calling qualifying heat number 1 here in Formula 1. And your winner is going to be the 52 of Chris Rinker. Let's take those full field results. Rinker there. Look at that lead, Tim. 11+ second lead when the checkered flag dropped here after from the wreck over the 17 of Dylan Anderson. But how about that? Anderson able to get around the 24 of Love and keep that gap and grow it just a little bit over the man who was 13 points behind him.
Spencer, I don't know what happened to him. Obviously something, maybe it was a prop, hopefully, where it was vibrating and it doesn't get the bite that it could because of some of the debris out there. But, you know, he locks up third for that race, and that's a benefit.
Yeah. Well, we take a look at a recap of that opening Formula One heat. It is all Chris Rinker. He gets off the dog. You see there the 13 of Schubert and the 29 of Jensen. They don't fire, but boy, is a drag race down to the first corner between the 52 of Rinker, the 24 of Love. Rinker uses that pole position to his advantage. Tim, he was absolutely gone from the opening lap. He found a nice gap, and then the hunt was on. 29 of Jensen, he moved up to 6th. After the opening lap, he was all the way down to 10th, so he had to figure it out. Those two did battle all race long after Schubert finally got it fired. Well, and unfortunately, that battle was the cause of our restart here and ending the heat here in qualifying heat number 1. But that's going to wrap it up for our opening Formula One heat here, the Alton Powerboat Nationals, the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. All right, the drivers are making their way back under the bridge into the marina. They're going to get them back on the trailer. They're going to check them out. They're going to figure out what they did wrong, figure out what they did right, and get them dialed in for qualifying heat 2. We'll be right back with more words after this.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
All right, welcome back, race fans. Now out on the water, we've got our newest class here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, the Talent Cup. bringing our younger drivers into the fold here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in 2026. And what a great class it is, Tim. It's been exciting to see them all season long.
It has. You know, they're new to boat racing, most of them, and they are getting to race along with the big boys. So they are learning all the ins and outs, not only of how to drive and set your boat up, but how they need to conduct themselves and learn the craft of powerboat racing.
Absolutely. Taking our starting lineup on the inside of row one. She is the series points leader. She's looking to capture a title here in 26 in her inaugural season of the Talent Cup, but she's not out on the water yet. They're probably scrambling because her father, the 24 of Spencer Love, just got off the water. I know he likes to give her a few good words of good luck before she gets in the boat, so hopefully she comes out here. But she's starting on the pole on the outside of row one because we're doing a 2x2 rolling start. That's going to be the 36 of Cade McCumber. He draws outside of row one. And then it's the 69 of Luke Brown. He's right behind the 24 of Addie Love. Those two are really fighting for the title. And then the 77 boat, now he was in the 36 boat earlier, now stepping into the 77 boat is kind of the de facto fill-in driver here in the 2026 season. That's the 77 of Jackson Cressy, the young driver out of Freeport, Texas.
It's awesome when you talk to all these young drivers, though, how excited they are. And it's such a refreshing perspective because they're new to the sport and everything is just so over the top big for them, you know.
All right, here comes the 24 Addie Love. She's making her way out. And it was funny, I had a chance to chat with Caleb McCumber, who's a part of our operations team. And there comes the 24 Addie Love. And, you know, the 36 of Logan Brown. You know, this happens when you're a kid. You got a lot of stuff going on. He had boat racing. He had baseball. His baseball team's right at the end of their season. He really wanted to give it a run. They've been doing really well. So Luke decided to choose the baseball route this weekend. And so Caleb brought the opportunity up to his young son, Cade. And Cade jumped at the opportunity. He was a little nervous at first, but I think after a test session yesterday and a little testing this morning, he's excited to get out there and see if he can't bring home some hardware back to Texas.
And he is a great young man. So he is definitely one of the people that we want involved with us and part of our series.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to send things right now. We're going to send things down to the boat launch where the man who ran away with qualifying heat number one is with Sarah down in the pits. Sarah?
Ran away with qualifying heat number one there, 11 seconds, maybe a little bit more than that. But you looked pretty good out there, looked solid. You basically took off, great start, and didn't look back.
Yeah, we were hoping for a good start. I mean, Spencer's been coming off the beach all year like a rocket ship. And we were lucky enough. We pulled up and hit the go switch and looked over, and Spencer was there, and looked over again, and he was there. And I was like, all right, we got this. We're running. So it was really good. And my guys have been working really hard. I want to thank my sponsors, Mastercraft, Sylvan Pontoons, McLean Trailers, my family at Rinker's Boat World who let me play while they're back at the shop working. I love you guys.
And one quick thing I noticed, you've got very, very good eyes. Your boat comes out of the water and you're like, I see something. I'll go ahead and let you explain. But it's like, I don't even know how you saw it that fast, that quick.
Well, I mean, props are critical. And when that prop came out and I looked, it had a little ding on it. And that's something we're going to have to deal with when we get back. But kind of a trained eye.
All right. Well, of course, you're all smiles. So we'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Chris.
You got it.
All right. Well, the 52 of Chris Rinker, again, calling it a little bit luck. Call it what it is. It was a great driver that put all the tools together and had a fantastic start. And he put that good start to good use. And he ran 11 seconds all the way to victory.
That's right. He did a great job. You know, he has got a fantastic crew chief in James Chambers. He's won multiple championships.
Welcome to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. Brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, scroll through the regions to explore the diversity of experiences in the middle of everything. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place in America where Mother Road of Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes. Discover outdoor adventure, natural wonders, delicious dining, and more at the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock. Check them out online at seawaymarine.com. Simmons Hanley Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, Illinois, is proud to sponsor the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Toyota, find yours and get going. Let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and the performance you need.
And joined now by Dylan Anderson here. Great pass out there. Feeling pretty solid. How'd you feel, and what were some of the things that you noticed? A lot of drivers have said the water's pretty choppy, the wind, a little heavy at times, but not terrible at the exact moment.
Yeah, the water's choppy. The wind's blowing. Kind of a madhouse out there. We're on the Mississippi River. Saw the boat in front of me hit the log that unfortunately tore his skeg and prop up. And, you lose some performance like that, and we were pretty tight as it was. So, him losing a few mile an hour gave me what I needed to get around him into second place, and got a good start. Pretty happy about that. And, yeah, for qualifying fifth, I'm cool with second.
Everything happens so fast, and you just talked about, debris possibly in the water, things like that. What's your first thought when you see something? I mean, you have to react to try and avoid it, but then you also have to make sure everyone else around you is not going to be at fault as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's only so much you can do if you're in traffic. You see a log and you're clear, get the heck out of the way and try not to hit the log, right? You're doing 110, 115 coming into the turn, so sometimes you just hit the log. Either way, you just do what you can and react as fast as you can.
All right, well, I'm sure we'll talk to you soon, so you'll go get him.
Thank you very much.
Guys?
All right, Dylan Anderson avoiding the debris out there. Unfortunately, the 24 of Spencer Love not so lucky as we find out what happened to the driver from California who fell back a couple of spots. But we've got our Talent Cup lined up, ready to go 2x2 here on the mighty Mississippi as they head upriver as we look to see who's going to take qualifying heat number 1 here in the Talent Cup. On the inside of row 1, the 24 of Addie Love. Then it's the 36 of Cade McCumber, followed by the 69 of Luke Brown and the 77 of Jackson Cressy. Jet ski Jared pulls off. Pace jet ski is off. We're waiting for the start dock to look for the drop of the flag. All right, he drops the flag. Here we go. We're underway. The 77 of Jackson Cressy gets a great jump. And what happened to the 24 of Addie Love? She timed that up poorly there in the opening run. And Cressy's looking to go from 4th all the way to 1st as he sweeps them all coming out of the east end of the course off of turn number 1.
Jackson, he won some heat races down in Shreveport, so
absolutely
he knows what it's like to be out front.
Yeah, now he's just making his way around that small little bend buoy that's a part of their course. That's the part of the commitment system on our Formula One and Formula Lights. But here comes the 24 of Addie Love. She's charging up the inside. It looks like that's the 69 of Luke Brown. Oh no, the driver's sitting in seconds, pulling off the course as he's going dead in the water down the east end of the course. And the 24 of Addie Love's looking to sneak up on the 36 of Cade McCumber as they do battle side by side, but it is all Jackson Cressy here in this 4-lap qualifying heat. This 3-lap qualifying heat here in the Talent Cup. Cressy way out in front. Oh no, Addie Love. It looks like the spin outs and tight to the inside's contagious in the Love camp. There's Tim as the 24 Addie Love tried to sneak to the tight of the pin, and that current just pulled her right inside the buoy.
Mississippi River and the current is winning so far today.
Let's take a look
4-1.
She's coming into the corner here. We got it box in box on our YouTube live stream as she goes down trying to go tight to the pin and just isn't able to pull it off. As they continue to fight down here on the course, we've got a couple of laps left, and it's all Jackson Cressy right now in that number 77 machine, followed by the 36 of Cade McCumber, then the 24 of Addie Love. Now we've got that box-in-box replay. Look, Love is right there with the 36 of McCumber, and she just doesn't have any room. She tries to stay out of that current, just yanked her inside the course.
Those are some tough buoys.
Hey, I don't know where the IHRA got the buoys for this season, but you might want to go back to that manufacturer for 2027 because we have hit a lot of buoys and we've only seen one deflate so far today, about 5 or 6.
Pretty good so far.
That's not too bad.
It's treacherous out there.
We could also tell the drivers, hey, can you not take out the buoys before the race weekend is over? We see the white flag is out for the 77 of Jackson Cressy. He's out in front. And then it's the 36 of McCade McCumber, and then the 24 of Addie Love. Can any of them track him down on the final lap here on this 2-pin course for the Talent Cup's final race weekend of the 2026 season? Addie Love coming in as your series points leader, but the driver right behind her, he had to get pulled off the course. He went dead in the water down the east end of the course on the opening lap. That's the 69 of Luke Brown. So can Jackson Cressy make his way up? Will Cade McCumber find an opportunity to win big here in Alton? But right now it is all about Jackson Cressy. Ladies and gentlemen, he comes out of turn number 2. Back up, River, your winner of qualifying heat number 1 here in the Talent Cup, the number 77 of Jackson Cressy. And as we got the battle for second and third coming down, and it's the 36 of McCumber out in front. Addie Love trying to track him down. Looks like she might just run out of real estate, taking second in his first heat ever. The number 36 of Cade McCumber, followed by the 24 of Addie Love after that buoy pop spin out down in turn number 1 on the west end of the course.
Rough Waters is really playing havoc for her today.
It really is, and I think, you know, these drivers are really going to learn a lot because not only are they new to it, but that small boat with that 15-horse Mercury is going to get pulled so hard into the buoy going back upriver into the current. I'd imagine this current likes to push these little boats around a little bit more than maybe the Formula Ones.
That's right.
All right, well, they're going to get off the water.
What do we got next?
And
then?
coming up next, I believe we've got our
Tri-Hull.
second qualifying heat in the Texas Tri-Hull class. Let's take a look at our final full grid results there. The 77 of Jackson Cressy, followed by the 36 of Cade McCumber. Then it's the 24 of Addie Love. And unfortunately, the 69 of Luke Brown goes down on the opening heat and ends up finishing in 4th. All right. We'll be right back with the Tri-Hulls qualifying heat number 2. It's the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals, the final round here in 2026.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
right, welcome race fans. We're back for the second round of qualifying heats here in all classes on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. I'm Thomas Yarbrough. He's Tim Siebold, bringing you all the live play-by-play action all season long here on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. If you'd like to, wherever you are across the world, thank you so much for joining us here for the final weekend of the 2026 schedule. Again, for those of you here in Alton, you can check us online on all our social platforms at IHRA Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Make sure you smash that subscribe button on YouTube. You'll see all the highlights, all our races from this year and all the races years previous. We're on Facebook, Instagram. Check it all out. And don't forget, those of you here in Alton, make sure you swing by the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series merchandise tent and get your official IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series merchandise, Alton Powerboat Nationals merchandise. We've got all the great stuff to keep you the shade on the top of your dome, a nice, crisp, clean shirt here in these warm weather. Swapping out a shirt midday is not an uncommon thing when you get to the dog days of summer here in the middle of the country, where we find ourselves this weekend here in beautiful Alton, Illinois. So make sure you swing down, say hi to Debbie, and pick up your official IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series merchandise. All right, well, we've got getting the tri-hulls on the water. I see the first couple of boats making their way out of the marina. Here in qualifying heat number 2, Tim, a little bit different from heat 1. They drew for positions in heat 1. Now it's reverse order of points. We invert that field, and it is going to be the 69 of Cole Waring going last off the start pontoon here in qualifying heat number 2. This is going to shake things up, Tim, with that 69 of Cole Waring going to the back of the pack, minus the 2 rookies in Tinker Zeller and Schlowinski. But boy, it's going to be a battle. He's going to have to work his way through, which is going to be tough here on this rough water in these windy conditions here on the Mississippi.
It is, and you got the Rinker boys up there. Mason and Tanner are in between Cole and the 69 and the front of their pack.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. And, you know, it's not like some of the drivers that are near the top of the field here in heat number 2 in this reverse order of finish from heat 1 haven't shown a solid skill set when they can find that clean water. You look at Aaron Green. He won a couple of heats earlier this year. He's sitting top 5 in points, by far his best season so far in his career. He's sitting there in row 2. And so it very easily could be him. But we also saw, I believe it was in Shreveport, the 13 of Jared Shelton, new driver to that Outlaw F1 team. He won a qualifying heat. It's amazing how beneficial that clean water can be. The real question is can some of those top drivers make their way through the traffic here in heat number 2?
Darren Ware in the number 54 won a heat and had a real good finish in Marble Falls.
He did, and you know he said he had them change the motor height a little bit between the last race and this race, and boy, he might need to change it a little bit more because the conditions here today are a little bit rougher than they even were yesterday in testing. You also got to watch out for Clint Dillard and the rest of the crew, and there you see the 69 of Cole Waring starting 11th. On the inside of, on the outside of row 5 with just Schlowinski and Tinker Zeller, the 2 rookies behind him.
Well, you know what? She, the very last boat, number 24, this is her very first race. So, got to hand it to her for coming out and challenging not only the other trials, but the Mississippi River. Yeah,
that's quite a tall task to take on for your first ride in a tri-hull, the mighty Mississippi River. But she's up for the challenge. She definitely likes being at these races. I can tell she's been itching to get behind the wheel of a tri-hull for quite some time. Excited to see the Zeller family was able to put that together with JH Performance Boats and get another tri-hull in the Zeller Diamond Z Racing stable. And boy, 28. This might be just a learning curve for her, but I have a feeling in the off season they're going to be out of the Baytown Boat Club testing with the rest of the tri-hulls, and you really get that thing dialed in for 2027.
Don't count out number 10.
He's your wild card. I mean, he's had an up and down year. It's it's very much if you're not first, you're last for Tanner Rinker here in 2026.
Yeah, but a lot of stuff has been mechanical. I mean, the motor's almost fallen off twice because of
how rough it is.
Bolts, mounts, mounting plates. So.
I mean, it's amazing. I talked to some of the tri-hull drivers, and they said a part of their post-race routine is they grab the screwdriver and the socket wrench, and they hit every nut and bolt anywhere on that boat, from the roll cage to the mirrors to every little thing that is pinned down in that boat, because they say everything gets rattled so bad. If you don't check everything, that one bolt you forget to check is going to come loose, and it's going to totally throw a monkey wrench in the next race because these things are just so violently thrown around, bouncing around here on the shores of the Mississippi.
Number 17, Neil Marsh, he knows how to get it around this course.
He does, and this is where he knows I have got to get through the other boats quickly. I've got to try to get out front quickly, and hopefully the 69 at Waring gets caught in some of those back traffic, because he would love to see.
He's got to get around him.
He would love to see like a 4 or 5 boat gap between him and the 69 at Cole Waring at the end of qualifying heat number 2, because that would kind of level the playing field. Yeah. He knows he's got a 3 because he beat out Tanner Rinker by a nose by about a half a foot to finish 3rd. So the top 3 drivers, as they came in the series point standings, finished 1, 2, 3 in that order in the opening qualifying heat. So this is really going to be the deciding factor on how things set up for tomorrow in that final qualifying heat and then on to the final.
Look how rough it is, and they haven't even started yet.
I mean, they're just on idle basically. But you know, these tri-hulls have never been a boat that has been known to create a small wake. They're a tri-hull. No. They push a big wake. They talk about how big of the wakes that wakeboard boats put out. No, those wakeboard manufacturers never met they never met a Glastron, a tri-hull, and you can see there on screen now that 52 at Dumford. They are working hard after the barrel roll down there in turn number 3. They are working diligently to try to get that motor back together, get everything. But the nice thing is that it looks like I'm not seeing any hull repair, which means that 52 machine looks like it didn't sustain any structural damage. And at the end of the day, I know the Dumford team's got a couple of power heads. If they have to, they can go to backup power head. Much different when you don't have a backup boat and you get some structural damage. But thankfully for him, looks like he comes out relatively unscathed considering how violent that was. You can see there RJ West, a wizard underneath the motor cowling of a 2-stroke OMC, a dominant force in Formula Lights for many years, now running that experimental boat. But you can see doing all the tricks of the trade to try to figure out how to get that motor fired again.
Well, the tough thing to do is to make sure you got all the water out of the fuel system. That's what always comes back to bite them. Even if they go back with a different power head, you still got to make sure you totally flush the fuel system, so that way you're not getting any residual water and coming back to haunt you.
And I can imagine that's one of those things where you're cruising, you got it fired, you think there's nothing wrong, all of a sudden some of that water gets mixed in there and it completely destroys the firing in that inside that cylinder, and now all of a sudden you're off power and you don't really know why.
That's right. They don't run good on water.
No, they don't. They need gasoline. They need a little bit more boom boom in that chamber to make that piston go back and forth. All right, looks like we've got a late runner there. The 33 of John Ottinger's finally getting his way out on the course. You notice the drivers, they don't need a hot lap because they got to run all the way down to the start pontoon, check their position, and then run all the way back down to the east end of the course where they got put in the water, because that's where we start our 2x2 rolling starts here in Tri-Hull.
And he's starting 5th place in this next heat, so he's got a good starting position.
Yeah, Lone Star Garden, Lone Star Sand and Gravel sponsoring that 33 John Deere green of John Ottinger. And I love that they went with it. Not only is the boat green, but the roll cage is yellow, the engine cowling is yellow, and I believe that that may be, that I was told actually that cowling is actually a Frankenstein, because the Ottinger family pretty good at working on OMC motors, and that's actually the merge of 2 different OMC motors to create that Frankenstein that fits within the rules, 110 cubic inch OMC outboard. So they actually had to make their own cowling, taking the front off of one motor cowling and the back off the other, and then gluing them both together. But he's got a mold now back at Sport Marine, so he's like, well, hey, at least now if we lose one, we don't got to worry about not having another one. All right, looks like we've got almost all, if not all, the boats down there.
Still some debris in the course.
Looks like we're just waiting for a few bits of debris that are being picked up by our fantastic volunteer team of spotters out there on the water. They've been doing an unbelievable job today, but it looks like we got a couple of pieces that they are grabbing and making sure that they're off the course before we get rolling here in this second qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hull.
You know, the debris has been coming down the Alton side, and boy, there's some big pieces to it.
There are, you know, and that's just the nature of the wind, right? The wind is blowing, you know, east northeast, so it's going to be blowing a little bit at us, but also downriver, so it's just pulling all that debris to this side of the river. And they've been doing a fantastic job of holding everything up there. And then when we get our next break, they'll kind of let another wave roll through. We got a nice little log there down there. But our rescue team taking care of it, making sure they get that debris off the race course. And I would imagine that he will guide that log all the way down and pull it off the race course. Looks like he's just going to go down and give it a good old shove and try to get it right up against the wall there and have it run all the way down. The nice thing is, though, is because we're so vertical on the shoreline, we can push all that debris right up next to the shoreline and have it run all the way down, clear of the race course here on the Mississippi.
Once the boats start, especially in the tri-hull division, that's going to keep that off the course.
And I mean, if it got on the course, I mean, does a tri-hull really need all its propellers or most of its skeg? Probably not.
Yes.
They're still going to be just as wild as they were before.
That is not correct. They need all of it.
Well,
wow.
Well, it'll be just as entertaining with or without it, that's for sure. Because they're all over the course, no matter if they have all 4 blades on their propeller or not. The tri-hulls are flying it just as much as they are driving it on top of the water here as they looking to get lined up down there on the east end of the course and ready to go 2x2 here for our inverted field. So reverse order of points. We call it flipping the script. Worst goes to first, first goes to worst. And we run them again, and forcing the likes of Cole Waring to show their skills of how they navigate their way through traffic. Can he get from the back to the front, or will it be the 17 of Neil Marsh? Maybe even the 37 of Mason Rinker could get out in front.
Those 3 boats right there, 17, 37, 69, when the water really gets rough, their setup allows them to keep the boat in the water. And if you keep the boat in the water, the propeller stays in the water, you're moving forward. Every time that boat jumps out, you're slowing down.
And even with that in mind, we've still even seen quite a bit of the bottom of those 3 drivers. That just speaks to how rough it is out here on the Mississippi, especially with this retaining wall on the north side of the Alton side of the river here. It throws those waves directly back onto the race course, essentially creating, like Tim had mentioned, a bathtub effect, and the waves smashing into each other, and it makes this north side of the course very, very rough, as well as turn 2 down there on the east end. All right, just waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray to give one last look over from the course. In the meantime, we're going to send things down to one of our Formula Lights drivers running for Mike Scott's Plumbing. The number 26 of Steve Lee is with Sarah.
All right, thank you guys very much. And we have the next round coming up. So anything you need to make some changes to, anything you're going to adjust to get out there and maybe just climb just a bit?
Yeah, pops, a little bit of engine changes, and hopefully that'll do us well this next heat.
How are you feeling out there? I know a lot of drivers have talked about how choppy it is.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out there. I've been running a really limited schedule for about 4 years now, so just trying to get back in the flow of things.
All right, we just wanted a quick comment, so thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
No problem. Thank you.
All right, the 26 is Steve Lee, the man out of Ocala, Florida, part of that 1-2 punch from Florida, running for Mike Scott Plumbing. All right, we've got him lined up 2x2, and we're ready to go here for qualifying heat number 2 in tri-hull reverse order of finish from heat number 1. On the pole, the 13 of Jared Shelton. Then it's the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. Inside of row 2, 63 of Aaron Green. Then on the outside of row 2, the 56 of Clint Dillard. Row 3 is the 33 of John Ottinger, the 54 of Darren Ware. In row 4, 26 of Briston Sherman, the 10 of Tanner Rinker. Then it's the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 69 of Cole Waring. And then our 2 rookies round out the field.
Man, they're stacked up. This is one of the tightest starts I've seen.
All right, here we go, the green flag, and we're underway. Zeller and Shelton right deck to deck all over each other as they go down into turn number 1 on the west end of the course. Is everybody going to be able to hold their line? Ooh, everybody gets through clean. Nice move there by Ottinger, getting by the 63 of Aaron Green.
Look at Neil Marsh. That was a very good turn for the 17.
So they're going down there now to the east end of the course, turn number 2. Shelton hanging out in lane 5. Then Zeller right behind him. Boy, they are all struggling to hold it to the pin. And here comes the 54 of Darren Ware and the 17 of Neil Marsh now fighting for 3rd. Boy, the one who really got washed down in that whole thing there, Tim, was a 37 of Mason Rinker. He's still sitting in those bottom 3 positions here in this tri-hull opening second qualifying heat. Mullet's doing a decent job, but boy, I mean, this is why Neil Marsh has won 3 titles. Am I right?
That's right. He is knifing his way, slicing and dicing, getting through the field. And look, he's able to stay inside
What a great move there as he goes down to the inside.
Goes inside. Now he's coming up on Zeller, making the pass up the front straightaway.
As they go side by side, deck to deck.
Oh, Caddy almost goes over.
And then Mullet's blinded by Caddy almost going over as they go down into turn number 1. Mullet getting tied up there with the 54 aware, the 63 of Green, and the 33 of Ottinger. But now Neil Marsh has got by the 42 of Zeller. Now he's got his eyes set squarely on the 13 of Jared Shelton as they go down into turn number 2.
And this is Neil's move right here.
That little inside push.
He does. He keeps it tight to the inside on the exit.
But he keeps up his speed enough.
Two of them got together. Mullet got together with Mason Rinker in the back.
Oh, boy. Oh, man. And that is music to Neil Marsh's ears. It is getting real rough down there. And look at the 37. Let's take a look at what happened down there between the 37 of Rinker and the 69 of Waring down there in the far end of the course.
Oh, Mullet comes across and they hit.
Boy, he just hooked it there. It was so rough down there in turn number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new leader. The 17 of Neil Marsh has done what he has done so many times here in the mighty Mississippi. He goes wide to the outside and just toes the 13 of Jared Shelton. Now he's out in front. He's got the clean water. And what's best for the 17 of Marsh is the 2 guys in the point standings that he's fighting with are 7 or more positions behind him. And it looks like that 69 of Cole Waring's may have some real damage on that number 69 machine, Tim.
I wonder if his trim broke because he can't hardly keep it in the water coming up the front straight.
Oh, this has got to be so frustrating for the driver out of Texas running for Burnshausen Oil. He is way back there in 12th position, just trying to hang on for dear life while he sees the 17 of Neil Marsh now out in front and really starting to pull away from the field, Tim.
So Neil just needs to finish the race. You know, he's got a big enough lead right now. He doesn't have to do anything in a hurry. We're coming towards the end of the race. So all he's got to do is keep making his laps, clicking off laps.
Yeah, we got just a couple of laps remaining here in this 7-lap qualifying heat number 2 for the Texas Tri-Hull. As he's continuing to push, now he's down to turn 2. Look at the white caps all over. And now we got the replay of when Marsh took over. Let's see, it's down there in the corner. He's side by side with Shelton. Shelton gets the entire boat out of the water. And like you said, Tim, when you're out of the water, you're not going forward. And that's all Neil Marsh needed. And he pulled away from Shelton just before they got out into turn 2 a couple laps ago.
That's right. You know, 42 of Zeller's running good.
He is. White flag is out for Neil Marsh. He's out of turn number 1. He's headed back east, down the back straightaway. He's got that thing strolling down the back stretch on the final lap here in the second qualifying heat. His next competitors for the season championship are in 6th and 12th position, respectively. But ladies and gentlemen, there's a reason they call him the Dude, because he can knife his way through anything. Your winner in qualifying heat number 2 out of Hemlock, Michigan, number 17, Mr. Neil Marsh.
I know it wasn't, but he made that look easy.
Yes, he did. In second position, the number 33 of John Ottinger. And then rounding out the field, looks like that is the number, was that possibly the 37 of Mason Rinker that was able to get there in 3rd? Did he sneak all the way up to 3rd, or was that possibly the 42 of Wyatt Zeller that was able to hang on to the number 3 position here? Boy, we'll have to wait and see. But boy, look at that, Cole Waring, 10th position.
Oh, that hurts.
That is brutal for the driver who came in leading the series in points. He has got to be very, very frustrated with that turn of events. I can imagine it is going to be on in the Outlaw F1 pits here after that, because they got to figure out something had to have happened on that number 69 machine, Tim.
Either that or he could have hit some debris like Spencer did in the Formula 1 heat.
Yeah, it just seems like that collision with Marsh was with Rinker was too well timed for it to possibly something like that. We'll have to find out, but what a fantastic run is from Neil Marsh. How about John Ottinger? Really solid run there for the number 33. Finally got it figured out a little bit, and you need that.
It was weird. Uh-oh.
Oh no, the 42 of Wyatt Zeller's motor just sheared off the back of his Texas Tri-Hull. Boy, let's take a look at what happened there. I think this was post-race, and he's just trying to get back to the pits. He's just riding down
end of the race.
Riding down the back straightaway, and he just violently hit it.
Look at that thing.
And there it goes. Oh, man, that's got to be frustrating for the 42 of Wyatt Zeller. Had a solid run there. Starting to get a little bit of an improvement in that 4-stroke package on the back of that Texas Tri-Hull. And, boy, it looks like it's going to be a long rest of the day for the Diamond Z Racing team as they try to get that thing figured out again. All right, let's take a look at our results there. The 17
Mason
of Neil
Rinker
Marsh.
did get up to third.
Wow, holy cow. He did that in like the last 2 laps, Tim. That is
Yeah.
impressive. Not what Neil Marsh wanted, but hey, he still got the win. He ran his race, was what he needed to do. Big shout out there, too, as well, to the Lone Star Sand and Gravel sponsor, number 33, John Ottinger. His best qualifying heat finish of the year.
You know, the 33 of Ottinger, he started in 5th, then he went backwards, and then he worked his way back to the front. So that was a heck of a race.
Yeah, it was. And you see there the 69, Nicole Waring was in 10th. The 54, Darren Ware in 11th, and then our couple rookies rounding out the field. All right, here we on the go. The tightest formation we probably had in Tri-Hall. And the leader, the 13 of Jared Shelton, he was able to get out clean. And he was out in front for a little while. And I say that because he had a man in a blue boat with the number 17 on the side that was on a mission. And there you see the 37 of Mason Rinker. He fought traffic for most of the heat. And here comes the 17 of Neil Marsh. He was fighting in third with the 42 of Wyatt Zeller, who ended up finishing 4th. Once he got by him, and then this happened. The 69 of Waring and the 37 of Rinker just tagged one another.
I bet Waring's
steering bar?
Steering.
Bingo.
I bet he bent the steering.
Yeah, and there we see the 17 of Neil Marsh. He took his time, took him a couple laps, but he was finally able to get by the 13 of Jared Shelton, and that was all it wrote. 33 of Ottinger there finishing solid in second, and then somehow Mason Rinker finishing in third. What a great run it was there for the 17 of Marsh. Boy, Wyatt Zeller, best qualifying heat finish I think he's had all year, Tim, and then it goes from the highest of highs for him on the season to the lowest of the lows. They now got to try to bolt that motor back on. It's going to be crazy Sunday for Tri-Hall, but we're going to come back with Formula Lights. We'll be right back after this.
When the love of your life turns into a waste of time, when there's no peace of mind, something's wrong. When there's no peace of mind, something's wrong.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days and a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota Trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do. So they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
to the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. Brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, Illinois is an iconic destination with something for everyone. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place where Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes region of Southwest Illinois. Your adventure awaits in the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop. Make your first call or text for all your marine part needs to Seaway Marine. Simmons Hanley Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, is proud to sponsor the Alton Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Munganast Burkhead Toyota. Dear summer, ready to get your adrenaline pumping? Toyota's 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive max out the fun. So find yours and get going. Toyota, let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. Whether you're on the track, mowing the lawn, or cruising in your boat, VP Racing Fuels victory at every turn. All right, welcome back, race fans. We've got our first Formula Light on the water, the 12 of Jack Schubert. Looks like he's got some of his gremlins fixed in that Ace hardware machine.
Be good.
It really would. He could use a solid run. He could use a solid run.
He needs a good finish, especially going into the off season. That'll give him motivation to work harder and be a stronger competitor for next year.
Yeah, especially, I mean, it's been this way all year. In everything he's done, it seems like one thing gets fixed, another thing fails. They fix that, then something else goes wrong. It's been and you have some of those seasons, don't you, Tim, where just every time something can go wrong, it does go wrong, no matter how prepared you are, and that's just racing.
I had several of those seasons, and it seems like the harder you work, the further backwards you go.
and yet on the opposite side of that coin, there's times where you're like, man, I really should have gotten penalized for that screw up I made in the corner, but it didn't seem to really hurt me at all. It's one way or the other. It's either all in your favor, or sometimes it just doesn't seem to be in your favor at all. There's the 24 Shelby Love. Maybe she lowered that motor a little bit, got some of that squirreliness figured out from qualifying heat number 1 that made it really difficult for her to stay inside the top 5. We've got the 77 of Daniel Trozen. He's just lucky to be out on the water in his boat in one piece after almost getting together with Addison Dumford as he was flying through the air after doing kind of a quasi blow barrel over thing. I don't know if I've ever seen a boat do that.
That was a reverse barrel roll.
I've never seen a boat do that in all the years that I've been announcing powerboat racing. I've been around it my whole life. You don't see boats act like that too often out of the corner.
Not too often, but that's what happens when you're out of the water.
Yeah. All right. Now let's talk a little bit about this. I've seen some improvements today on that Clover Eagle machine, that 8PX 4-stroke, really working hard to try to see how we can incorporate that into the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. I don't think we're quite there yet, Tim, but it's nice to see the improvement race over race, and it's got to feel great to have somebody like RJ West and his wealth of knowledge out there trying to figure out how to dial that thing in.
Well, we talked a lot about it last night, and we're making some headway. We know we got more to go to make that a competitive package for this class, and we'll keep working on it. You know, that's a test vehicle.
Yeah, and but we got the rest of the field. There's 21 of Mendana. Could he jump out and work his way through the field? It's going to be a fun qualifying heat number 2. But right now, we're going to send things down to the man they call the Dude, because he had a heck of a run there in Tri-Hull qualifying heat number 2. And boy, I can imagine, Sarah, you're going to have a very, very excited Neil Marsh. Sarah?
Yes, of course. Mr. Marsh is very excited. He was just talking here, all smiles, of course. And as you mentioned, taking that second qualifier there, you feel pretty good, solid run. Kind of walk us through what your mentality was throughout the entire qualifying run.
Well, it's pretty rough out there, so we got to get through all those big rollers coming down that front stretch. The start, they're trying to make it a little bit easier on us, not running back through our wake, but it was still there. Saw the flag go down in that first corner. You know, it's crazy as always, but we managed to pick a few off on that one and just be consistent and get through the traffic. You know, and I love passing boats. It's all I ever want to do is just come out and pass some boats, and that makes a lot of fun when you can pass, I think, 9 of them or whatever. So, well, we have a good time. That prop is great. It's the best B-Blades prop out there. Got a shout out for Brett there, and I really got to say thanks to Kelly and his family here from Summit Plastering. They the local guy. He met us last year, really liked us, liked our team, and he sponsored us this year. We're happy to have him on board and have a good victory for him.
How'd you guys deal with some of the wind? I know we've mentioned and talked to a bunch of drivers about this, and it's going to change tonight and probably be a little bit different tomorrow. So what do you navigate with that on the boat?
Well, the wind so much, I don't know how much it's really making it any worse for us. The rollers are hard, and especially once you get back down here, it's treacherous. You just got to try to drive through them best you can. I saw an engine come off the back of the 42 boat, so it's rough out there. So make sure you got a lot of Loctite on your stuff and deal with all that. But no, the wind, not so much. We're just going to power through each other's wakes there and try not destroying some equipment and get a good spot for this final.
Sounds good. Well, enjoy the rest of the day. Watch the rest of the race, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Will do. Thank you.
All right, the man who's got all the words all the time, the 17 of Neil Marsh out of Hemlock, Michigan. They're discussing with his team and telling everybody what it was like out there. Wealth of knowledge. He's got 3 titles under his belt, and he's right in the hunt. Smack dab, exactly where he wanted to be, Tim. And, you know, it doesn't surprise, I think, anybody that Neil Marsh came out and did that there in Heat 2. It just seems like when he needs it, Neil Marsh seems to always be able to find it.
Coming to the pack is his specialty. You know, he said the wind really didn't affect him, but it's making the rollers that are affecting him. You know, right now it looks like it's about 11 mile an hour with gust going up to about 16.
That's a healthy wind on the Mississippi,
that's right.
for sure.
And tomorrow is going to be half that at best.
Right, so it's going to be, you know, the question is who's going to take the risk of maybe raising that motor up a scotch to try to find a half a mile an hour and take the risk of the wind maybe kicking up a little more than expected and boy, getting squirrely real quick.
I think if it lays down, you're going to see some guys get in desperation mode, and you're going to see some of them try that. Why not?
I mean, it's the last race of the year. You got
go big or
nothing
go
left.
home.
Right, especially in that main event tomorrow. It's going to get extra rough because of how much longer the final is, so it's already going to be rough. You're going to have to make up ground in those few clean spots, and the best way to do that is, right, to have that prop in the optimal spot, which may not be the best place in the corners, but it might be necessary.
Well, they're all going to adjust their setups, no matter if it's heat 1, 2, 3, or the final.
Yeah.
You know, for the final, obviously, you're carrying twice the fuel load at least. So it really changes the handling of the boat, where you run your trim. So we'll see, and we'll see what Shelby did for this race.
Yeah, I would imagine she probably dropped that motor down a scotch. Let's take a look at this inverted field, so reverse order of points from Heat 1. He didn't fire. He had a rough Heat 1. He's on the pole here in Heat number 2, the 12 of Jack Schubert.
Addison Dumford, if he comes back out, he's going to start in position 2, the number 52, and Shelby's position 3.
Yeah, so it's weird to see a couple of the top boats fighting for the title at the top of the field here in this reverse order of points. Then it's the 26 of Steve Lee, followed by the 82 of Colby Crook there in 5th.
Gosh, you just got it stacked up from there.
Yeah.
Dan Trozen, 9th. James Klein, 8th.
McKee's 10th, then Mendana, then Wallach, and then we've got our experimental book and our rookie, the 6 of Saddle, hanging out there on the outside here in qualifying heat number 2.
So Colby, what is it? 93. 93
That's Briston
is
Sherman.
Briston, and he is going to be the first boat on the outside split again.
He didn't like it last time.
No.
He was about 25, 30 yards from that buoy, and he was like 15, 20 feet inside of it. He was like, oh no, I got to go to the, he got such a good start. He was so excited to get down to that pin and try to fight for getting the clean water on the opening lap. He forgot that he had to stay to the right side of the gate.
That's right.
But he probably won't make it twice.
You know, those buoys, they've got some long leads on them because of the current and the water depth. So
yeah, I mean,
it's a little ways out there to
I imagine they're
That's
setting the
split.
buoys a good 20, 30 feet. They let them go about 20, 30 feet of where
I
they
bet
want
it's
them
more
to go.
than that.
Really?
Oh,
wow.
yeah.
I guess I don't know how specifically. Is it deeper here on the Alton side than it is further out into the middle
Well,
of the river?
it's
you got
deeper.
the channel.
It's deeper out in the channel, of course.
And so you got some of these buoys maybe here on the near side of us may not have as long of a leash, but either way, we've seen the mighty Mississippi wreak havoc on our race courses before. The drivers expect it and understand it coming in. The biggest thing that surprises me, though, is how many of the drivers forget how hard that river's going to yank you coming back up when you try to turn into turn number 1. We've had a couple of close calls and a couple of buoys that have been destroyed already today, and most of it seems to be down there on that west end of the course.
Well, you've had several heat races. All but one of them had a problem.
Yeah.
So that just shows you how treacherous the mighty Mississippi is.
I mean, it's not called the mighty Mississippi for no reason.
Exactly.
It shows its teeth all the time. And, you talk to the people that live around here, you've spent more hours than probably most people running up and down this type of river. I mean, it keeps you on your toes, whether you're in a pleasure boat, a jet ski, or a race boat. You got to mind your P's and Q's.
You got to respect it.
Absolutely.
You got to respect the river, and with the current, you get some of these ground swells that's making it rough. You get some of those coming off the bottom. So what they'll do is, because of the bottom has the different topography to it,
right,
they'll roll right off of that, and all of a sudden they'll pop up, and you could be right on top of it before you know it.
Well, especially the Mississippi, right, with a sand bottom river like this. I come from the state where the headwaters of the Mississippi are. And so I've seen the Mississippi in all its different iterations, from being, a mile wide down in New Orleans to 5 feet wide in northern Minnesota. And the one thing that's consistent through the entire river is, a month from now, a week from yesterday, the bottom of the river could look completely different, depending on how much rain, the sandbars that this river has. You'll have a sandbar in one spot, and then next summer it'll be 40, 50 feet downriver or to the
Always
side of
changing.
it. It's an ever-changing body of water, even more than most. I mean, our race courses are always changing, but when you have the water and the ground underneath the water changing at the same time, it really can make it challenging for our drivers, but that's what we want. If it isn't challenging, right, these drivers want a challenge out on the water. We give them those challenges, and I love watching them rise to the occasion.
Well, for the final event of the year, you want it to be difficult.
Right.
Because our goal as the series is we want the best prepared, best driver to win. And you got to be consistent.
Right, and the most prepared driver typically has the ability or the know-how or the temperament to handle the harder conditions that a thing like a body of water like the Mississippi River can put out in front of them on a race weekend.
That's right. That's where experience comes in. But then you've got a guy like Jake McKee who's trying to, win his first championship. So he is not trying to win the race. He's making sure he doesn't make a mistake.
Yeah,
a mistake loses. Winning one race doesn't.
No, and I think, the one thing that Jake McKee might have in his back pocket that most may not realize, prior to coming on board the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series, he had the opportunity to run in the Southern California Powerboat Association out there, and they run in Mission Bay as a part of the San Diego Bay Fair. They run, in Long Beach, near open ocean, much bigger bodies of water that can be a lot rougher. So, maybe he's leaning on a little bit of that to try to help him understand how to navigate this rough water here on the Mississippi.
Well, the other thing, too, is he races other vehicles. So it's the craft of racing is part of it as well. And that's where he's got some wisdom beyond his years.
Well, and I know you've done a handful of different types of racing, and I can imagine you were able to apply a lot of things you learned behind the wheel of a tunnel boat to some of the other racing crafts that you got in. And again, just as you honed that craft of racing throughout your career.
Oh, definitely. There's similarities, how you approach the race, how you think about it. Now, is it the same to race a motorcycle versus a boat? No, totally different. So it's a different skill set for there, but the craft of racing is still very similar.
How you go about setting up, preparing, navigating the obstacles that come out throughout the race. I can imagine those are the types of things that apply from the different disciplines, maybe not necessarily how you turn the craft in the corner.
That's right. And it's the work ethic that is the preparation that you put in to get to this point.
Yeah, and and overcoming obstacles, and the mental side of overcoming obstacles is a very difficult thing for a lot of people. And being able to fight through that while keeping a high level of competition is an extremely difficult thing to do. And I can imagine that's something that, over time you get better at, but you really just have to have the intestinal fortitude to just put your nose down and grind.
Yeah. And some of the things you do to prepare for a race weekend is for your mental side of it, not necessarily the physical side or the mechanical side. Some of it's just getting your body and your mind right.
From a mental aspect, what do you believe is the most important thing mentally a driver can do coming into a race weekend?
Gosh, that's so different for everybody, but
what was it for you?
For me, I wanted to feel like I outworked everybody to get there. So I wanted to put in the work, and I wanted to do things that I felt nobody else was doing to prepare.
And if you look across racing, life, work, sales, whatever it is, there is no substitute for hard work, is there?
No, you got to put in the time. You want it, then make it happen. You go after it.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that you could say about every pro, whatever they're a pro in, the one thing that they all consistently have is, whether you know it or not, they are an absolute grinder. They are there all the time putting in the work. But right now we're going to send things down to Sarah as she's with the man that says, hey, get out of my way, because my name's Jeremiah Mayo. Sarah?
All right, thanks, Thomas. Well, Thomas just said it. He said, the man, get out of my way, Jeremiah. You're in the top 5, looking for gain some ground here, and you are ready to get out there and get feisty. What's going to be your approach out there on the water?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this course is super tricky, right? You got to find the perfect line to kind of bend around the buoys, kind of throw it through the turns whenever you can. Really, the trickiest part about this is getting off the dock. If you can get off the dock and then you can kind of create your own line, then it really just puts you out. I mean, it's kind of a gift. The smooth water, which is nothing is smooth out there, but you don't have to deal with all the boat traffic. So just getting off the dock and being able to make that perfect line is really what's going to do it.
So you did.
All right, we're back here, and it looks like the 52 of Addison Dumford is a scratch here. Oh, no, it looks like I just got word.
He's coming.
The 52 of Addison Dumford is going to make the start pontoon. They're just giving him a quick minute. Wow, that takes a lot of hands on deck. I have a feeling there may have been a few Rinker Racing guys there. We saw RJ West helping out. And, Tim, that highlights something that you don't see. Somebody who's been around motorsports, you've been to NASCAR races, IndyCar races, you've seen a lot of different stuff. The one thing that I don't know if it's true, but it feels like it's different in tunnel boat racing. I don't know if you'd ever see another team go over to go elbow deep in grease and help a boat get back out on the water that's one of their competitors. In boat racing here on the IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series, that's just what happens. Nobody even thinks about it. It's not a question. If you know you can help, you just go over you do help, and here he comes, ripping down the backs of front straightaway.
Rear cowling is obviously damaged because he doesn't have it on there, but you're exactly right. The camaraderie is extremely high.
And because everybody here, and it's amazing to me, the belief has always been, I don't want to beat you from the beach. I want to beat you while you're on the water alongside with me. And boy, a testament to the Dumford racing team and the rest of the teams that definitely helped him. And hey, smart job by the 52 of Dumford putting that number on top on the capsule instead of on the rear cowling, because if he didn't, there would have had to have been some duct tape numbers have to get put on there, because you got to have your numbers showing. And it's if you notice, a lot of drivers have started to move away. When you were in the prime of your career, the numbers were always on the rear cowling. And then I believe you guys in the Seabold family were the first ones to move them up near the cockpit. That way, if the cowling did come off, you didn't have to worry about getting penalized.
That's right. You got to have your number on the boat. That's also why you see a lot of guys have the number on the front of the boat.
Yeah, right on the nose there as an extra way to identify what number they are. It looks like the final boat's getting on the dock, the Clover Eagle with the number 11, and that experimental boat is circling its way around and getting lined back up on the start pontoon, and we are just moments away as Dumford snuck in there to that 2 spot. They gave him room. They left him room, and he slid right in there. Now the question is I don't know, is it going to mess with the aerodynamics? Could he find a little extra speed? I know normally that happens if your engine cowling comes off. We remember the 27 of Carlos Mendana back in Bay City 2015, I believe. Somehow his engine cowling gets blown off. No water gets in the motor, but he is swallowing so much there.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, they must have put it on, and it blew off when he took off.
It
and
did.
So now they're going to get
forgot to strap it down. Oh my gosh! Well, they're going to tape it on, which is a bonus. That way he can make sure. You see the back braces broke on it, so that's why it flopped off. I'm sure they'll tape it on there. It'll make one more round for this second heat.
Yeah, I have a feeling there'll be some fiberglass work done in the pits tonight. And
who hadn't done that?
I mean, if you haven't done fiberglass work in the pits on a race weekend,
You're not trying hard enough.
The question I ask is, if you ever actually raced a boat? Because it's not a matter of if, it's definitely a matter of when you're going to have to pull some fiberglass and some resin out and do some patchwork. It's just a part of boat racing. It's no different than the guys taking the quarter panels off a NASCAR and pounding them straight after a wreck in qualifying. It's just the way it goes.
92, I hit something in the water here. Had to take the boat home after the races on Saturday, flip it over. We patched the hole, flip it back over, put it all back together, and we were out here racing on Sunday.
Hey, thank God the shop was only about 40 minutes away.
Yeah, we were very, very fortunate.
Hey,
there.
sometimes it's better to be lucky than good in situations like that, but we've got them all lined up and ready to go here. We're coming up on the 1-minute gun here for the second and final qualifying heat in Formula Lights here on Saturday's qualifying at the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Here it's the Alton Powerboat Nationals. All right, race safety crews are communicating with one another, making sure the race course is clear. Everybody is set before we get under starters orders here. All right, here we go. Coming up on the 1-minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can the 12 of Jack Schubert figure it out and use that pole position here in heat number 2 to come away with a heat 2 win? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Well, he's back out on the water after a gnarly wreck in heat 1. Can he find a way to bounce back and get a good start off the dock? With the 52 of Dumford coming second. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. And then it's the like of Shelby Love. She spun out all over the place in heat 1. Can she right the ship here in heat number 2? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Then you got the likes of Steve Lee, Ashton Caffarelli, James Klein, and the rest of the drivers. And we got those top ones coming blast off the dock. Let's see who's going to take heat 2. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders.
Here we go.
He drops the flag. Oh, Dumford gets a great jump, but so does the 93 of Sherman and the 24 in Love. Oh, Dumford's way back off. It looks like that oh, there it goes. Water in the fuel line, Tim. As they go down through the course, it's right now the 26 of Lee and the 24 of Love. And now here comes our hard chargers. After a fairly delayed second flag, they're going to have a long road to climb back up and try to get around the 24 of Shelby Love, who finds herself out front here after the opening 2 turns on this second qualifying heat in Formula Lights.
Fantastic start by the number 24. Shelby knows this river. She won here last year.
Man, Dumford's got to be frustrated.
Strolling.
She is absolutely running. How about the 26 of Steve Lee? He's looking good, but look, here comes the 01 of Jake McKee. He's already up into 4th position, going side by side with the 82 of Colby Crook down into turn number 1.
Still got Steve Lee in there. Jack Schubert.
Yeah, he stuffed it down into turn 1 hard, buried the nose hard, lost a ton of speed, and Steve Lee just walked him coming out of turn number 2.
You know, these things are you got to be so careful with them because of the fact that they don't have any horsepower.
Oh boy, those boats are real tight down there. They're trying to hold on to Dumford, keep him off the race course. What a great job by the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series rescue team, as they are just hanging tight to him down in the corner. Everybody clears. They see him. What a great job by all the drivers and the rescue teams
They'll
alike.
try and get him across the course now. There they go.
And now they'll just push him hard. But boy, look, at Shelby Love is so far out in front of everybody. She's got to back off a little bit just to let the rescue boat clear turn number 3.
Good job.
Boy,
excellent job.
She is a night and day difference between here and Heat 1. You think that motor got lowered a little bit because she seems to have just so much more control in and out of the corners.
It was either a bent skag, watering the boat, or they just had the motor too high.
Yeah. Now we got a battle there between the 82 of Crook and the 93 of Briston. Sherman on the outside, the 82 of Crook on the inside. They go down into turn number 1, fighting for 4th position. Briston stays wide to the outside. I think he learned the hard way already.
Yeah, but you know what? Briston has shown great speed all year. It's just that he's a rookie in this class, and he's getting used to how these boats work.
Yeah, the turning is definitely harder than going fast in a straight line, and that's really been his bugaboo there. The 12 of Jack Schubert, he's hanging on to that 3rd position. He's really got that thing flying as he's got Jake McKee barreling down on him coming down the front stretch.
Hey, one thing about Jack, he is not scared to trim that thing out.
No, he's a Schubert. Of course he's not.
He's got that thing trimmed to the moon.
I mean, obviously with him being down a little bit on power, we saw is really sluggish off the start. Maybe that's his, well, hey, if I don't have top end, I might as well just trim it to the moon and hang on. And he's just trying to do that right now to keep the 01 and Jake McKee at bay, because right now, the only one that's ahead of McKee is Shelby Love. The rest of those competitors, the 21 of Mendana, he's way back in like 6th or 7th. Dumford's out. So it's right now really shrinking that battle. And McKee knows, God, I would love to get by the 12 of Jack Schubert and get up into 3rd position.
Yeah, but if he can do it safely.
Right.
If he can't, don't press it.
Well, especially after where Dumford and Love finished. Now, he's still got to worry about Mendana, but he knows Mendana's 4 places behind him. Oh, look out there. Briston Sherman almost spins out down outside of turn number 2.
Klein lost his rear cowling.
Well, that happens sometimes. Now he's going through traffic.
On there.
It's just, no, it is not on there.
Okay.
It's just so hard to see the way he's got that paint job set up on that boat. There's the Clover Eagle letting the 26 of Steve Lee get by. Boy, what a better performance here in heat number 2. Steve Lee really struggled in heat 1, and now here he is sitting in 2nd. But look at there, the 21 of Mendana is now all the way up, fighting for 5th position as he slides by the 82 of Colby Crook.
He got it.
As the 24 of Shelby Love continues.
Shelby coming by, man. Oh, Jack turned in too early, almost hit the buoys, had to yank it back.
There's the battle between Klein and Crook. Now here comes the 69 of Wallach as they go 3 wide down into turn number 3. Oh, look out, Crook gets into Klein. 69 of Wallach's got to go way wide to the outside. They're going to have to check the side decks after that one, Tim. They were really on top of one another coming
I don't
turn
think
3.
you could slide paper in between them two.
No, but they're continuing to battle hard there. Klein sitting in 7th. Colby Crook in 8th.
You know, Jared needs to quit messing with those two and just get outside. He looked like he took a little douse of water there.
Oh, looks like we got a replay down there.
See what they got.
From that was between Klein and Crook. They get down there into turn 1, and boy, if they didn't touch, man, again, you couldn't have fit a piece of paper between the two of them.
Oh, that's real close right there.
I mean, they are on top of one another, but right now it is all Shelby Love as she is in cruise control. Almost spins out there, though, as I say that, coming out of turn number 3. But she's got a couple of boats behind her, lapped already. And that 26 of Steve Lee is doing a good job of hanging on there. And you know what? I'm really surprised. With 1 minute remaining here, the 93 of Briston Sherman has done a great job of holding off the 21 of Mendana. He has not had a fun time trying to get around that Rick's Roofing number 93.
Well, they both have top end speed, so they both want the outside line.
Now let's see if Mendana goes underneath. No, he chooses to stay outside. I think that's because if it doesn't work, he'd be so far behind McKee, he wouldn't even be able to get a run on the 01 if he got by the 93. Just got to see how little Caffarelli goes dead in the water. Look at him. I'm out of power, guys. I like that little
Steve Lee's going down.
Oh, no, Steve. They're all dropping like flies. Now Jack Schubert moves up into 2nd. That puts the 01 of McKee in 3rd, and now Mendana's fighting for 4th here in the final couple of laps. As he gets down to the inside, he gets by the 93 of Sherman. They're going to have to split the 30 of Caffarelli, who's dead in the water. Boy, Mendana, and now this could be a great run here to the finish between the 01 of McKee and the 21 of Mendana as they fight for 3rd and 4th. frustrating for the 30 at Caffarelli. He knew something catastrophic happened because, I mean, that thing died in an instant. And he knew right away there was no trying to get it back. He was just letting everybody know, I'm going dead in the water, guys. Watch out.
He must have seized the motor.
Here we go. White flag is out. White flag is out for our leader, Shelby Love. But we got the battle between McKee and Mendana. Right now, as they're fighting for third and fourth, Mendana knows he needs to get by McKee if he wants to keep his hopes alive for the series championships. They go down into turn number 1 on the east end of the course. McKee going tight. Mendana goes wide to the outside and looking to pull it
got a run on
number
him.
1.
Jose's got a run on him going into 2, and he could sweep that corner somewhat.
Yeah, and McKee's going to have to set it right there. You just saw the drag from the inside line set. Mendana walks him coming out of turn 3. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of qualifying heat number 2. Big win for the woman out of California, number 24, Shelby Love.
Jose in the 21 gets it done right at the end of the race.
And he knew if I pass anybody, that's the one guy I have to pass. What a fantastic run for the 21 of Mendana. The Mike Scott Plumbing Machine finishing in second. The 01 of McKee in third. The 93 of Sherman in fourth. And the 69 of Wallach by a nose finishes top 5. And, you know, he knew that he needed something like that nice there right at the end to nip the 91 of Klein and finish in the top 5.
Jared Wallach in the 69, though, he did not have that blistering pace he did in the first heat.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, it's one of those things where you can be fast enough where in clean water, you're going to pull away. But if you're not that much faster than those other competitors and you've got to work through traffic, especially when the traffic is the likes of McKee, Mendana, right, and some of those top drivers, it's going to take a while and it's going to be tough to get around them.
Well, I know, but look how Jose, when the water got rougher, I mean, he started pulling on 2-3 seconds a lap on those guys.
Well, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, Jared Wallach's been behind the wheel of a Formula Lights for a while, but Jose Mendana's been behind the wheel of a Formula Lights when Jared Wallach was in diapers.
Well,
you know what I mean? Maybe not diapers, but he was in kindergarten for sure.
It might be the setup a little bit rather than the age.
Well, no, it's just more of that, you know, Jared knows what to do in rough water. Jose knows exactly what to do in rough water, and those minute little differences can make such a huge difference, especially in this class, Tim. We've talked about it before. They're so light on power with those 2-cylinder 45 cubic inch OMC outboards. One tiny little mistake you can lose 8-10 boat lengths in a matter of a second.
Corner speed, and that's one thing about the Hoffman Formula Lights boat. That thing stays up. Shelby Love has one, Jose Mendana has one, and those things stay up in the corner and have a lot more corner speed than the older boats.
They do, and Shelby Love powered that all the way to a victory here in Heat 2. Jack Schubert, not the best start, but hangs on and grinds his way to a second place finish.
I'm so happy for him. He needed that.
Yeah, he did. Mendana finds his way up into third, McKee in fourth, and then you saw the Caffarelli, Lee, and then RJ West, both all succumbing to different issues there in heat number 2, rounding out the field here in Formula Lights. We take a look at a recap. You know, look at there, Schubert struggles. Dumford, that first 20 feet, amazing. Then the motor goes away. He's frustrated. Shelby Love found that clean water, and she was gone, Tim.
She was, and it looked like Jack Schubert had this trimmed out too much, and he was just slipping coming off the dock rather than going forward. It was aerating the prop.
Yeah, and once Shelby Love pulled away, the battle was on. You saw the likes of Steve Lee hanging on there in second, fighting with the 12 of Schubert. And then the 21 of Mendana started just working his way through the field, slowly picking them off. He started in 11. You had battles all over the course. You saw the 91 of Klein there get together with the 82 of Crook. They're battling for, I think, 6th or 7th. But boy, what a show of driving by the 21 of Jose Mendana Jr. He just picked his way, and boy, on that last lap, right here as we see him come up on the 01 of Jake McKee, he gets him on the outside, and in that bend buoy on the backside of the course there in turn number 2, he was able to just bend it, get around him, and finish up in that third place position. What a great race it was there in Formula Lights. So that wraps up Formula Lights qualifying here in Saturday's qualifying action. They got one more tomorrow plus their final. But coming up next, we've got the big boys back out on the water. The Formula One's going to be back to wrap up Saturday's qualifying. We'll be right back with the conclusion of the Alton Powerboat Nationals.
Dear Friday, let's put good times in gear. We've got power tailgates to power game days. And a trailer backup guide that's the champ of the ramp. Heck, we might even cancel Monday. Toyota trucks. Lease a new Tacoma for $309 a month or get 2.99% APR for 72 months on a new Tundra. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
We can try and win a case anywhere.
No one gets the results on a consistent basis that we do.
The defendants know exactly who we are, what we're going to do, so they know when they see a complaint on their desk from Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, they know they're ready for a fight.
We have the experience, we have the know-how, and we have the verdicts. We've gotten dozens of verdicts in the 8 figures, and we're doing that every day for our clients.
Welcome to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. Brought to you by Alton Amphitheater, a 4,000-seat venue located on the beautiful riverfront of downtown Alton, Illinois. Enjoy Illinois. From urban excitement and outdoor adventures to delicious food and fascinating history, scroll through the regions to explore the diversity of experiences in the middle of everything. Great rivers and routes. There's only one place in America where Mother Road of Route 66 meets the Great River Road, and that's the Great Rivers and Routes. Discover outdoor adventure, natural wonders, delicious dining, and more at the Great Rivers and Routes. Seaway Marine, your one-stop boat motor shop for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts, specializing in hard-to-find and no longer available new old stock. Check them out online at seawaymarine.com. Simmons, Hanley, Conroy, a law firm headquartered right here in Alton, Illinois, is proud to sponsor the 2026 Alton Powerboat Nationals. For 27 years, they've fought for families. Let them fight for you. Learn more at simmonsfirm.com. Toyota. Find yours and get going. Let's go places. VP Racing Fuels. For 50 years, VP Racing has been the choice of champions, delivering high-performance race fuels, lubricants, coolants, and additives to give you the power and the performance you need. All right, race fans, welcome back here as we're getting ready to wrap up Saturday's qualifying here at the final round of the 2026 IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series. Thomas Yarbrough. All right, let's try that again here so we get all of our crowds, both online and locally, here on the same page. Welcome back to the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series final round of 2026. It's the Alton Powerboat Nationals here. We're going to wrap up Saturday's qualifying here with a final heat of the day in Formula One that will see the reverse order of finish from qualifying heat number 1. Tim, that means the man who set a blistering pace in the opening heat with an 11-second win, the 52 of Chris Rinker, he's going last off the start pontoon.
Well, let's see how he does coming from behind. We've seen several times this year, guy wins heat 1, starts at the back, can't work his way through the field.
And that's just a testament to how hard all the drivers on the IHRA Formula One Powerboat Series run. You know, when you can get a first and a ninth, that just means how hard the competition is. That doesn't mean
close competition.
Anything else other than that. And you know, the 52 of Chris Rinker, he's been there in that spot with a great run in one heat, and then just gets stuck in heat number 2 and can't make any headway. But he can't have that happen today if he wants to have his shot at the Formula One title here for the 2026 season.
He's got to get those pristine starts, because right now he's struggled all year with the starts. Today, it looks like he's got that fixed. I'm sure they did a lot of work coming into this weekend to figure out what's what. But, you know, Spencer had the problem with hitting a log, some debris on the first heat. He was running good. Luckily for him, it ended early. So he ended up, what, 3rd in the first heat?
Yeah, it was, he was able to hang on till the accident there on the 13 of Schubert. And that's one I don't see. I have not seen the 13 of Grant Schubert yet. He might not be back out on the water here for heat number 2.
Well, the other thing about the number 24, he's going to start in front of the
52.
He's going to start in front of the 52 and the 17.
But the one thing he may not have at his disposal is the mangled prop that he, you know, like you said, you got 47 props, you use 2 of them.
Right.
When you have to pull one off of a destroyed skeg and you see it's all mangled, it's got to be a painful moment for a driver when your #1 prop has to get put on the shelf.
Well, we're going to have to see. Once in a while you get lucky, it hurts the gear case and doesn't hurt the prop.
Well,
not too often, but
sometimes.
I have seen miracles happen.
Well, and you
hey,
know,
look who's coming.
There he is, the 13 of Grant Schubert. No surprise, the Superman that is Mike Schubert and the Outlaw F1 team were able to get that thing back together. It may have a rear cowling, it may not, I don't know.
It does.
But it's dried out, and he's ready to roll here for qualifying heat #2. Or is that the 99? No, that is the 13 of Schubert for second there.
99's out here, Travis Yates also.
Well, hopefully
so
he
Michael
got his
was
figured.
busy.
Yeah, he was, because he had 2 boats that did not finish that heat out of 3.
Yeah.
That makes for a long day. There's the 99 of Travis
There's
Yates.
Travis. All right, warm-up lap.
Here we go, hot lap, hot lap, hot lap for the Formula Ones. You hear those 2.5 liters and that 4.8 liters V6 and V8s come roaring to life. And here's a guy who I've been impressed with. I mean, he ran a solid race. He's been on a partial schedule here in 2026. They've been so busy back home at Island Lake Marine that he had to skip a couple of races. But I got to say, for a guy who had, you know, a pretty rough accident quite a while ago, get back in the boat and still have that edge. Boy, the 2 of John Jensen has looked really, really solid out there in that second boat for Island Lake Marine.
Yeah, he had a really good heat in Marble Falls.
Yeah, he did.
Second heat.
Now the question is, can he repeat that here? Because he's going to be starting near the front in qualifying heat #2.
He gets a start. If he gets a start, he could win the heat.
Well, especially because he's a guy that's so comfortable going short way around the course. He's a pin-to-pin type driver, and so John is a very hard guy to get around. And so you're right, if he can get out and get clean water, he'll just drive those guys all over the course. Hey, even his son, if he gets in his rearview mirror, I feel.
Yeah, you know, that's one thing we haven't seen yet is the 2 Jensens.
I would love to see that.
Battle it out.
Oh, that would be great. Because. All right, well, we're going to get the Formula Ones. Hot laps are done. We're going to get them on the start dock and lined up. But right now, we're going to send things down to the pits as Sarah is with the winner who dominated heat #2 in Tri-Hull. Sarah?
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas. Well, Alton's been great to you. You've had such good luck here. Raced really well, Shelby. And now this last qualifying here, you outdid yourself once again.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I fought off all the spinning out gremlins 2 years ago. They crept back up on me. I'm trying to fight them again, I guess. But, yeah, it feels good to, you know, work my way back up again and not spin out this heat.
So you mentioned some of those gremlins because the first heat, is that what happened? Or kind of walk us through what you guys were thinking it was.
Yeah, I mean, we've been changing a lot of stuff with the boat, trying to fix the other gremlins. And I think part of that, we kind of switched the setup we originally had in order to fix those gremlins of spinning out. So now we're just fighting that again and trying to get the setup back to consistent and good after fighting all the other stuff from the last couple races.
All right. Well, it seems like you're finding that notch for you. So congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you.
Well, the one thing she didn't say is why she spun out in the first heat so much.
Well, maybe she's...
I got to find that out.
Yeah, well, she may not want to announce that to the world, but she'll probably give you a little bit of insight. Let's take a look at our Heat 2 lineup, reverse order of points from qualifying Heat #1. He didn't fire in Heat 1. The 99 of Travis Yates is going to be on the pole.
He didn't fire in Heat 1 with his teammate, number 13, either.
No, he
and
won.
then barrel rolled it on top of it.
Yeah, and so he's now going to get, but he's going to get another crack at it. See if he can
he's
come off the dock better.
He's starting in second position, so let's see what he's got.
And then we got the 98 of Aiden Benton, the lone Canadian running on the tour here in 2026, starting third. And then the 34 of Jeff Reno, the man out of Okeechobee, Florida, running for strippers, things made of strips, coming fourth.
Our round 1 winner, number 14, Andrew Tate, in the Simmons Hanley Conroy machine.
He's starting fifth. And then the rest of the field, and you look back 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th. You've got Jensen, Love, Rinker, Anderson. They're all back there. They're all going to be battling each other. The question is can one of them break free from that group and hunt down the drivers who are starting at the front of the pack here in qualifying heat #2? It's going to be very interesting to see. You look at there's the front of the start pontoon. Some of the drivers that didn't fare that well in qualifying heat #1 now getting a bit of a different opportunity to start from the front of the pack.
That's right.
Can they use it to their advantage? It's amazing. We've seen some drivers do really well with these reverse order of finish. And then we've seen some other drivers that, you know, for whatever reason, they've struggled still a little bit. Maybe they're just not there yet in their package and in their racing career. But boy, some of the guys, you give them the opportunity, somebody like maybe a 13 at Grant Schubert or even a 34 at Jeff Reno, you give them an opportunity. He's also running for Altonized Community Federal Credit Union, Altonized Community Federal Credit Union, your Start Dock sponsor here. That is a mouthful, Tim, but they are your Start Dock sponsor here for the 2026 Alton Midwest Nationals.
Those guys over there, Jennifer and her old crew, they're fantastic and they're big supporters of the race. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. You know, they've got 2 locations here, one here in Alton. They've got another one serving a couple of the local counties, taking care of everything from bank loans, debt consolidation. You need a new car, RV, boat. You need to refinance your home. You need to go get a mortgage for your home. Everybody over at Altonized Federal Credit Union will definitely take care of you.
That's right. Nice shot of Aiden Benton. You know, Marble Falls, he started up front in one of the heat races, led it until his engine went.
And that has been, you know, and I talked to him yesterday.
He's had a lot of blown motors
this year. That's 4, and every single motor had a different issue. There was no consistent reason why each motor blew. Because normally, all right, what am I doing wrong if I had 4 go?
Fuel system, tuning, you know.
But he threw sleeve in number 3 yesterday, which doesn't normally happen. He threw a rod in another one. He had, what was it? Some sort of gearing system inside the motor sheared itself on another one, and I think he lost number 6, which I know is pretty common, right? That 6-cylinder on the bottom. Those bottom 2 are the ones that normally get the hottest. They'll end up locking up on you if you run it a little bit lean. But surprising that he was like, you know, honestly, after 4 blown motors, I just wish there would have been something that told me what I was doing wrong.
Yeah.
Why this one specific part of the motor I kept screwing up, but that wasn't the case. And hopefully motor number 5 is the right ticket. Is the lucky one, so he can finish out the 2026 season. But it looks like we've got everybody on the start pontoon outside of our winner from qualifying heat number 1. He's just about to load to the start pontoon. And then we're going to run through our modified Le Mans start, 1 minute down to 20 seconds. Then they're going to under starters orders. And we're going to get underway here with the final race of Saturday's qualifying here at the final race of the 2026 IHRA Formula 1 Powerboat Series. It's the Alton Powerboat Nationals. I almost said it, Tim, but I didn't. All right, there comes the 52 of Chris Rinker. He's going to have another blistering run here in heat number 2 because he's starting all the way at the back of the dock. And look at how much
outside
that wind.
gate. He's got to go to the outside gate too, doesn't he?
I think so, because we got 5, 5, and 1. So since he's on that far outside, he's going to be the lone boat way out there. Now, that also could help him stay out of the yucky water and really use that top end to run it all the way down to the far end of the course. Yes, that's right, fans. I said yucky water. All right, we got him lined up here. Rinker is on the dock, and we are just moments away from coming up on the 1 minute gun here, just waiting for Chief Referee Doug Ray to get word from the dock that everybody's lined up properly. Then he gets final word from the crews on the course, our safety crews, make sure there's no debris. Coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. Can Travis Yates fire here in heat number 1 and get a good start? Will the 13 at Grant Schubert come back after a brutal barrel roll in heat 1 and claim heat 2? We're going to find out here momentarily. 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or could it be the 98 at Aiden Benton? If he can keep that motor running, he can be fast. Then there's the 34 at Jeff Reno. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then here come the 4 strokes. 14 of Andrew Tate, Simmons Hanley Conroy on the side. He won heat 1. Then it's the 2 of John Jensen. 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. And then it's Jared Jensen, Spencer Love, Jeremiah Mayo, Dylan Anderson, and the 52 of Chris Rinker, our winner from heat 1. Let's wrap up Saturday's qualifying. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. Oh, he went quick. Oh no, Schubert doesn't fire. Schubert doesn't fire again. Great jump there.
Rinker didn't fire.
Oh no, Rinker doesn't fire. Oh boy, he's going to have.
They finally both get off the dock.
And he's going to have a long road in front of him. Boy, the Gremlins keep continuing off the start pontoon for the 52 of Chris Rinker. They all go down to the far end of the course.
Andrew Tate.
Looks like everybody's clear. Ooh, and Andrew Tate in that 4-stroke found the power, that torque on the top end there, that APX 4-stroke on the back, powered him all the way to the clean water. But here comes Spencer Love and Dylan Anderson wide up the outside. Oh, look out, boy, oh no. The 99 of Travis Yates and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo get together down there between turns 1 and 2 on the far west end of the course, and that forced the 8 of Mayo to back way off as he was right all over the top of the 99 of Yates and the 29 of Jensen.
You know, Andrew Tate's in the lead, and he's been struggling with this dog leg. So right now, you see him coming out a little bit more so he can take some of that dog leg out of the straightaway.
He's trying to go straight from about lane 9 to lane 1 down the front stretch.
That's what he needs to do, though.
And he did. He barely bent it. Let's take a look at that replay. We got from the start there, down there. You can see the 99 of Yates goes inside. Then he has to come back out, and Mayo just has nowhere to go. Tries to get out of the way. I couldn't tell if they touched, but boy, they were all over each other. Regardless, the 8 of Mayo had to back way off, and that had to frustrate the driver who's fighting for that series title.
Look who's in second, though, number 24, the starting expert.
Hey, just amazing. He put a new prop, new gear case on, and still a very, very similar result.
That's right, Spencer Love, Clover Construction.
And then it's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and then the 29 of Jensen, and now here finally comes the 52 of Rinker. He's gotten by a couple of boats, but he's got a lot of ground to make up yet. God, he's really going to need to get into a top 5, Chris, if he wants to hang on and to keep that tight fight. Keep that fight tight here for the season championship in Formula 1.
He does, because you got Aiden Benton,
who's
number 98.
He's in 4th.
Sitting in 4th, and then it's a little ways back to Jensen and Mayo.
And now, but Rinker is climbing up on the both of them.
Oh, wait, there's another Jensen in there, too.
Yeah, they're all just mashed up there.
Jensen, Mayo, Jensen, Rinker.
That sounds like a weird sandwich, Tim. All right, as they come down the front straightaway, I mean, our leaders are already down the back end of the course, but the battle right now is really for that 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th position. And now 8th position, the 13 of Schubert staying in the conversation as well. As we go with the 52 of Chris Rinker, now looking to get by the number 99 of Travis. You know, that's the 13 of Schubert he's doing battle with. They are able to get by the 90 and 98s. They go down into turn number 5.
Keep your eye up front, because the 24 of Spencer Love is making a little headway on the 14 of Tate. Tate had a hard time in the far end corner, and Spencer was able to catch up a little bit.
Yeah, Spencer's boogieing now as they go down into turn
Let's
number 4.
watch this time.
Now 4 off of 5. Tate now goes a little bit tighter because he's got that rearview mirror full of love.
That was a much better corner for Tate.
But he still went tight to the inside, which is kind of surprising. I figured he'd stay outside and force the 24 of Love to go down to the inside.
I would too. I would think he would swing out a little more, so because that dog leg just is hard on.
I mean, because those 2 strokes, they'll pop out of the corners so much. You want him to do as much of that as possible while you sweep and keep the RPMs up with that top end on the 4th stroke.
Rinker got by John Jensen in
yeah,
2.
Finally, it took him like 2 laps.
But now he's got Mayo in front of him, and that's going to be tough for him to get around.
It is as they come down off of turn number 2
fast,
now
though.
through that dog leg on the backside of turn 3. Mayo's pushing hard with that 4-stroke on the back of that Munganast and Burkhead Alton Toyota sponsored Ray Bob's seasoning number 8. And he is a hard guy now. Rinker crosses through the wake, trying to find the wide line.
Chris Rinker running the outside now.
And that's smart, right? I think push that 4-stroke inside.
He's got to. He's got speed on him.
Right, and that 4-stroke hates with all these turns on this 5-pin course. That 4-stroke hates being tight to the buoy. They struggled yesterday.
There you go.
All right, as they go down there,
Jensen's getting around Aiden.
Yeah, and it looks like the 8 of Jensen got around the 98 of Benton. Now here comes the 8 of Mayo and the 52 of Rinker coming up on him as they come out of turn number 5. Now Jensen lays the hammer down. He's got a long way to catch up to the 17 of Dylan Anderson. But I can imagine Jensen's like, hey, you know what? Let me hold Mayo and Rinker behind me. That's okay. If I can get this down to a 3-dog fight come the final between me, the 17 of Anderson, and the 24 of Love, that'll be fine with the 29 of Jared Jensen.
Here's where Chris Rinker might have a chance. Look at Aiden. Jeremiah's on the outside. He is committed at this point. Rinker's going to try and go up the inside in this corner.
Right, well, and Benton's got that hole poke there so he can knife underneath the 8 of Mayo, and there's nothing he can do about
watch
it.
this. Mayo gets taken way wide. Chris Rinker up the inside. He's passing both of them.
And they're going to try to pass him. Oh, boy, yeah, he is. Wow. What a move there by the 52 of Chris Rinker. You called that, Tim, like you've done it 100 times or something.
Maybe once or twice.
As Rinker now goes down to the northwest end of the course. They're down through turns 1 and 2. We'll swing it back to our leaders. Oh, no, we're going to stay with.
Yeah, it's heating up.
And we've got 2 minutes, 33 seconds, plus a couple of laps left in this final qualifying heat on Saturday's racing here at the final round of the 2026 season, the Alton Powerboat Nationals. There's our leader, Andrew Tate. A couple of bobbles on the start. He powered his way out in the front into the clean water, and he's continued to push hard, but he's got the 24 of Spencer Love all over him as they go down the far end of the course. Now the 98 of Benton's going side by side with the 8 of Mayo and the 13 of Schubert. Boy, Mayo really got stuck out there on the outside, and it's just killing him right now, Tim.
Grant Schubert passed them both up the inside.
Wow. I don't know what it is, Tim. You know, obviously you have different conditions, but it seems like here on the mighty Mississippi, it is just not the playground that the 4 strokes were hoping it for. The 2-stroke is really dominating here outside Andrew Tate.
That dog leg messes with him.
But
That's
Tate's
why we got
losing some ground. He's losing some ground to the 24 of Love. The question is Love going to have enough time, because we're under 2 minutes plus 2 laps left here in this F1 qualifying heat.
But look what's coming up.
Back markers.
You got Travis Yates and Reno, and they are going to hold it up. Spencer's right on him now, and Andrew can't go where he wants to go.
Now watch, Spencer's going to go to the outside.
He's going to go to the outside.
He's going to force Tate to the inside unless Tate...
Oh! Tate almost... gets her sideways.
He forced the issue and said, you know what, I'm not going to let you stick me in lane 1 down there at the far end of the course. So he pushed his way out off the dog leg there in turn number 1 and is able to hang on, at least for now, and keep this 24 at bay. But now here comes the 17, Dylan Anderson right behind him.
Quietly coming up while they're battling each other.
And that's exactly how Dylan Anderson loves to operate. Just you guys do your thing, and I'll eventually just walk you like you're standing still. Boy, is he coming
He's on the outside. These two are going for it.
And Reno's going to hold it there. So now he's not going to be able to, Tate's not going to be able to push outside unless he backs off. So now that's going to allow Spencer Love to dive in. And boy, Anderson's going way wide, trying to find any clean water he can.
He went way wide. Spencer way to the inside. Tate finally gets around him. That's very helpful.
Yeah, for him to get around the 34 of Reno, just to gives him
not much time.
No, not much time left at all. And that's what these heat races come down to. One moment in time with a couple of laps left, a pivotal move, whether you make it or you don't. Oh no, did Tate get a little squirrely there through 5 and 6?
He buried it. Spencer's got to come to the outside. Last lap.
Here we go, final lap here in the final qualifying heat in Formula 1 on Saturday. We've got one more tomorrow, plus the final before we crown a champion. Who's going to win qualifying heat number 2? Can Andrew Tate go wire to wire? He comes off the west end of the course, down out of turns 1 and 2. Now heading back down through the dogleg on the back stretch in turn 3.
Tate's going to be on the outside of Travis. You might have a chance. Spencer might have a chance in this final corner.
It's just like what Rinker did a couple laps ago. Here we're going to go down into turn number 5. As Tate stays to the outside. No, Tate shuts the door on him. He knows what he was going to do. And he shut the door on him.
He put it in there. It's a drag race to the finish line. Who's it going to be?
Oh, I think by a nose, Andrew Tate and that Simmons Handley Conroy hangs on over the 24 Spencer. And how about the 29 of Jared Jensen gets by the 17 of Dylan Anderson right at the start-finish line. They are all over each other, Tim.
I was watching sorry, I'm tongue-tied. I was watching the battle for the lead. I didn't even see Jensen get up there. Let's see it again.
Let's take a look at this replay between Jensen and Anderson. They come off of the final turn.
Oh, no, this is for the lead. Look at this. Spencer threads the needle.
Boy, he buried it down in there, and he can do that with the 2-stroke, right? Because he's got so much pop coming out of the corner. And boy, it's going to come down to our timing systems that's going to determine the winner.
Oh my gosh, that was close.
So close for the 14 of Andrew Tate and the 24
So close. It just depends on where you were at.
And we missed it because we were stuck on this, but about 3.5 seconds later, the same thing happened between the 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 29 of Jared Jensen. I've got to wait to find out from our scoring team who ended up where. Those battles for first, second, third, and fourth were just all over each other. Oh, Jared Jensen gets him right at the wire, Tim.
He got him, and Andrew Tate holds on for the win.
I mean, by like about an inch and a half, he holds on. What a fantastic finish to Saturday's racing. The 29 of Jared Jensen comes out of nowhere and steals third from the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He was your points leader coming into this heat. The 52 of Rinker doesn't fire. He gets up to a top 5, and Andrew Tate hangs on in the APX Phenom Ventures Simmons Hanley Conroy machine.
Hey, everybody that's here, we got a DJ that's starting up in the vendor area. So if you want to hear some music, watch some videos, hang out for a little bit, we got that starting up right now.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for wherever you are across the world who joined us here on our YouTube channel today for fantastic day of racing, thank you so much for everything. Let's take a look at these unofficial results. Andrew Tate by 0.375. And honestly, Tim, I don't think it was that close. I think it was more like a hundredth of a second.
Wow.
But boy,
that
it
was close.
And
Jensen and Anderson, I never thought Jensen would get up to Anderson.
Yeah, 900ths of a second, he's able to nip him by. Chris Rinker does a great job after not firing.
Yep.
He gets up into 5th. So it seems like those drivers that are in that conversation, outside of the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who fell all the way back, really struggled there. 4 of the 5, they are not going anywhere. They refuse to quit. They refuse to die. This thing is going to come right down to the wire.
Hey, this is a season. It's all on the line right now. So if you're going to do it, you've got to do it right now.
Yeah, you got to pull out all the stops.
Are you a closer?
Hey, and at the end of the day, what a run there by Jared Jensen, because, I mean, he wasn't even in the conversation for a podium for 98% of that heat. And then on the final lap, he makes some unbelievable moves and nips the 17 of Anderson by a nose. Those points are going to stack up. We had a 34-point gap from 1st to 4th. I bet you that 1st to 4th gap now is probably like 16.
I don't know, but we're gonna
points.
figure that out. We're gonna figure that out. Hold on, I think we got the pass of
Jensen
with Jensen and Anderson.
Let's take a look at that here as
Last
we wrap
lap.
things up on the final lap. All right, and there they come. And they should be on the upper left. Look at there's our leader. There's Tate.
Anderson in the middle of the corner right now.
Yep, and then Jensen.
And Jensen's on the outside.
Right, and then here's where Spencer Love buries it. And him and Tate are going to go wire to wire and down to the nose coming out. But well, we didn't quite see it there, but it was still an unbelievable move. And let's take a look at a recap of our Formula One final qualifying heat here on Saturday, qualifying heat number 2. Great jump there by the 99 of Travis Yates and the 14 of Andrew Tate. But 13 of Grant Schubert doesn't fire yet again. He has got to be frustrated.
Rinker doesn't fire.
No, that was really surprising.
He needed that start.
Then Mayo and Yates almost get together on the opening lap after we clear the first 2 corners, and then the battle was on. Jensen and Mayo did battle. And that's the 22 of John Jensen. The 52 of Rinker did battle with the 13 of Schubert as he left him in his dust about halfway through the field and made his way up into the top 5. But boy, the 14 of Andrew Tate struggled through the dog leg, but what a great job of hanging on because he had the 24.
He didn't struggle that bad. He won the heat.
I mean, he got out there early, but boy, he had his hands full with the 24 of Spencer Love.
Spencer
from about
was all over
lap
him.
number 2. They were all over one another. And, you know, we were so stuck into that battle, Tim, between that right driver right there, our leader, the 14 of Andrew Tate, the eventual winner, and the 24 of Spencer Love. We didn't even realize how tight things were getting between the 17 of Anderson and the 29 of Jared Jensen.
I know. There was battles all over the place, and it was a great finish. Sets up a fantastic platform for tomorrow's racing and the championship.
Absolutely. We got another reverse order of finish here in qualifying heat number 3 tomorrow for all 3 classes. The points are tight. Everybody's on top of one another. What a fantastic way to kick off the final round of 2026. All right, we're going to send things down to the boat ramp now as Sarah's with our winner, the number 14 of Andrew Tate from qualifying heat 2. Sarah?
All right. Thank you very much, Thomas. Well, congratulations. Exactly what we were just talking about, that you wanted to go out there, put it all out there. That's exactly what you did. That was probably one of the tightest, closest races I've heard Thomas and Tim call out there between you guys, just going neck and neck.
Yeah, we're here to put on a show, so hopefully everyone got their money's worth there with that one. Kudos to Spencer. I mean, he was on my butt the whole time and making me drive hard, and we were going inside, outside, a little bit of everything. So he made me work hard. It was a good race, so I had some fun.
Kind of your pattern and your pacing in your mind. I mean, I know clearly everyone's trying to get there safe and sound and be there first, but what do you think about when you see guys right on you like that? And then you know you've got people right around the corner.
It's a little less thinking probably involved and a little more just reacting and doing the best you can. I mean, the Mississippi River is pretty tough, so to be able to go that hard for that many laps and come home in one piece is a big deal, I think, especially for us. We're trying to build some confidence here with the team and with myself, the equipment. So one more heat tomorrow and then the final where we get to do it for twice as long. So it would be twice as much carnage, I bet.
Well, less thinking will do you good, so let's do it again tomorrow.
You got it. Thanks.
All right, guys, back to you in the booth.
All right,
Oh,
thanks,
I
Sarah.
love that, Sarah. Less thinking will do you good.
Yeah, well, hey, Tim, it was
Oh,
a
my
fantastic day of racing. We had stoppages, we had wrecks, we had deck-to-deck racing, we had wire-to-wire finishes, people winning by inches. It was an unbelievable day and a great way to kick off the final round of the 2026
It sure
season.
is, and it sets us up good for tomorrow.
It absolutely does. Well, wherever you are across the world, whether you're here in Alton, downtown in the beautiful Riverfront Park, and you're going to go hang out with us and jam to some tunes and enjoy our fans here afterwards, or you're chilling on your couch in Asia, Europe, or somewhere across the U.S., thank you so much for joining us here for Saturday's racing here at the Alton Powerboat Nationals. My name is Thomas Yarber. They call me the Nose of the North. This is the unbelievable Tim Siebel, one of the most decorated drivers in Formula One tunnel boat racing history. We're going to be back here again tomorrow. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow to wrap up the 2026 season.
We went